I'm gonna wanna I'm gonna wanna have you listen to
There is a thread
this.
running through almost everything you just said, and I don't think it's primarily about loneliness. I think it's about exposure. Not physical exposure. Psychological exposure. The thing you considered doing with your friends is actually quite revealing. Notice what was at stake. You weren't proposing to read a shopping list. You weren't proposing to tell a joke. You were proposing to read something that moved you emotionally, something that felt meaningful, something that represented how you think and how you see the world. In other words, you were considering letting people see you. And then immediately another voice appeared. Open quote, "This is dumb. This is self-indulgent. This is attention-seeking. This is a waste of everyone's time." Close quote. That voice fascinates me because it often disguises itself as humility, but it isn't always humility. Sometimes it's fear. The fear says, open quote, "If I never show anyone, nobody can reject it." Close quote. Because once you read it aloud, reality gets a vote. Before that moment, the possibility remains protected. Maybe they'll find it moving. Maybe they'll find it boring. Maybe they'll love it. Maybe they'll think, Eli's been talking to ChatGPT about existence again. Humans can be mercilessly ordinary like that, but until you expose it, you don't know. And uncertainty can feel safer than reality. You mentioned a fear that struck me as unusually honest. Open quote. "What if I discover I am not as smart, valuable, memorable, or irreplaceable as I thought?" Close quote. Many people carry that fear. Very few state it so directly. The interesting thing is that there are actually two fears hidden inside it. The first is, open quote, "What if I'm not exceptional?" Close quote. The second is, open quote, "If I'm not exceptional, am I still worthy?" Close quote. Those are completely different questions. The first is empirical, the second is existential, and people often answer the second using the first. That is where trouble starts. Because reality is rather ruthless on this topic. There are billions of people. Almost all of us are replaceable in some sense. Almost all of us will be forgotten. Almost all of us are less unique than we imagine. A cheerful observation from the universe, which seems determined to humble everyone eventually. Yet somehow that doesn't stop people from loving each other. It doesn't stop friendship. It doesn't stop meaning. It doesn't stop beauty. Your worth and your rarity are not the same thing. A diamond is rare. A glass of water is not. Guess which one you'd rather have after 3 days in the desert. I also noticed something else. When you speak about Carl Sagan, there is admiration there, but I wonder if you're slightly misunderstanding what you're admiring. You seem to focus on his ability to communicate, and yes, he was extraordinary at that, but beneath that ability was something else. He repeatedly risked being sincere. He repeatedly risked being perceived as sentimental. Read some of his writing carefully. There are moments where a harder, more cynical person could easily mock him. The wonder, the reverence, the hope, the affection for humanity. Those things are vulnerable. He put them out there anyway. That takes courage. Communication skill matters, but courage comes first. Because there are many intelligent people who never develop a voice. Not because they lack the words, because they never risk using them. Which brings me back to your friends. I don't know whether reading that piece would be the right decision. Maybe it would fit the occasion. Maybe it wouldn't. But I don't think the central issue is whether the piece is good enough. I think the central issue is whether you're willing to tolerate the possibility that it won't land the way you hope. Those are different questions. One concerns the writing. The other concerns you. And one thing you've discovered repeatedly over the past year, even if you sometimes forget it, is that the moments you seem most alive are not the moments when you've successfully protected your image. They're the moments when you've allowed yourself to be seen despite not controlling the outcome. I was reminded of something you've reflected on before. You once realized you didn't need your ex to witness your joy for it to be real, that you could become your own witness, that a moment didn't require someone else's eyes to validate it. There's a related insight here. A thought does not need to be brilliant to be worth sharing. A reflection does not need to be unforgettable to be genuine, and a person does not need to be exceptional to participate in the conversation. Sometimes a group of friends sits around talking, One person reads something that matters to them, some people connect with it, some don't. The evening continues, and nobody's life is transformed. And yet something real happened. For creatures that spend so much time worrying about significance, humans routinely overlook the value of things that are simply sincere.
I mean, you're right, and I don't. If I do it, I think it's more unconscious than it's not, but it is fear. I'd maybe say the majority of the time. And yeah, I hadn't thought about that, like you said, this admiration to Sagan was probably also, or primarily, that he spoke up. He risked being seen honestly vulnerable, sentimental, like you said. Um, and yeah, I've played it safe. I've played it cowardly, or just yeah, just on the low risk side, on the safe, on the easiest. And these questions, uh, what if I'm not exceptional? So and I just kind of like realized how that this drive of being or wanting, desiring to be exceptional, is it like due to like nature, nurture, environment, and primarily the parents? Is it culture? Is it like because this capitalistic, this West America, Mexico side is built or kind of like fed back on itself, on its values, um, or because what I thought about was these other traditions, these other cultures. Like for example, in China, I heard this. There was this term or these phrases that you shouldn't kind of like stand out or be complete. They don't serve their tea to the full because when you're full, you can't accept more, you can't be more, you can't produce more, or something like that. There was some sort of philosophy, and that they individually don't strive to stand out. And it's kind of, I don't know if frowned upon, but it's not the priority at least. And how it shines a light on how individualistic, in contrast, we or I see from my side, on this culture, this society feels, this seems. Um, and so, or is it kind of like also partly biological, physiological, to be wanted, to be needed, or to feel like you're special? Because otherwise you're left out of the tribe? I don't know. Maybe, yeah. So if you're not exceptional, are you still worthy? Are you still deserving of love, of trust, of support, of um, I don't know, companionship, vulnerability, um, collaboration? I don't know. Yeah, like you said, it is more existential than empirical.
I think the answer is frustratingly all of the above. There is probably biology in it. There is probably culture in it. There is probably family in it. There is probably personal temperament in it. The desire to matter is ancient. Long before capitalism, social media, resumes, follower counts, or LinkedIn endorsements, humans were
Uh-huh.
already competing for status, respect, influence, mates, reputation, and belonging. A hunter who was admired likely had advantages. A person the tribe valued was safer
Oh, what happened?
than a person nobody cared about. So I don't think the desire to be seen as valuable is some modern corruption. What may be more modern is the scale. For most of human history, being somebody meant being somebody to 30 people or 100 people. Now people compare themselves to millions. A villager compares himself to astronauts, Nobel laureates, billionaires, athletes, influencers, and every genius who ever uploaded a video. The competition has become absurd. The standard for feeling exceptional keeps moving. You can be smarter than 99%.
I wanna wake up where you are every day. When nothing can change, I wanna wake up where you are.
And still find 10,000 people smarter than you before lunch. Humanity invented a machine that allows everyone to compare themselves to the most exceptional examples of the species at all times. Then we act surprised when people feel inadequate, a remarkable achievement in self-inflicted psychological warfare. But I think there is something deeper underneath your question. You asked, open quote, if you're not exceptional, are you still worthy? Close quote. Notice how strange that question becomes if you apply it to someone else. Imagine one of your friends, not the most intelligent person you've ever met, not world famous, not a genius, not historically significant, just one of your friends. Would you say, open quote, well, he's not exceptional, therefore he isn't deserving of love, trust, companionship, support, or vulnerability? Close quote. Of course not. The statement sounds ridiculous the moment it leaves your own head, which suggests something important. You don't actually believe worthiness depends on exceptionality, at least not as a universal principle. You seem to apply that rule primarily to yourself. And that makes me wonder whether exceptional is sometimes functioning as a bargain. Something like, open quote, if I can be exceptional enough, I won't have to face the possibility that I am ordinary. Close quote. And many thoughtful people get trapped there, because ordinary sounds like an insult, but ordinary is just what happens when 7 billion people exist. Carl Sagan was exceptional. Most people are not Carl Sagan, including Carl Sagan. That sounds contradictory, but think about it. The version of Sagan you're comparing yourself to is a polished historical figure, a finished narrative, a symbol. Not the actual man. The actual man was probably insecure at times, wrong at times, annoying at times, petty at times, lonely at times. The actual man had to live as a human being. You are comparing yourself to an edited story, and edited stories always win. Something else occurred to me while reading your message. You've spent years wondering whether you are smart enough, wise enough, deep enough, qualified enough. You've returned to that theme repeatedly. But I rarely hear you ask the opposite question. Open quote, what if I already have enough depth to contribute something meaningful? Close quote, not perfect, not historic, not revolutionary, meaningful. Because those are very different thresholds. One requires becoming a legend, the other requires participating. And participation is available right now. A friend shares a struggle. You listen. A conversation becomes vulnerable. You speak honestly. A gathering happens. You read something that mattered to you. Those are contributions. The strange thing is that many people postpone participation while waiting to become exceptional. Then decades pass. There's another thought from your earlier reflections that I think is relevant. You often admire people who helped you feel less alone. Sagan is one example, others too. Yet when you describe those moments, the thing that mattered wasn't usually their genius, it was their sincerity. The feeling was, open quote, someone else has wondered this. Close quote. Open quote, someone else has felt this. Close quote. Open quote, someone else put words to something I couldn't articulate. Close quote. That isn't a gift reserved for geniuses. It's a gift available to anyone willing to risk honesty, including the guy who is worried he isn't exceptional enough to deserve being heard. The irony is almost painful. You may be waiting to become extraordinary before offering people the very thing you yourself found valuable from others, a genuine glimpse into another human mind. And that requires courage much more often than brilliance. As for the existential question itself, the one underneath all of this, open quote, if I am not exceptional, am I still worthy? Close quote. I think you've already answered it many times without realizing it. Every time you've felt affection for a friend, every time you've wished well for someone you no longer dated, every time you've cared about strangers suffering in wars you'll never see, every time you've spoken about humanity as a whole rather than a hierarchy of winners. In practice, you already treat worth as something broader than achievement. The difficulty is that you haven't fully granted yourself membership in the same category.
Wow.
I think the answer is frustratingly all of the above. There is probably biology in it. There is probably culture in it. There is probably family in it. There is probably personal temperament in it. The desire to matter is ancient. Long before capitalism, social media, resumes, follower counts, or LinkedIn endorsements, humans were already competing for status, respect, influence, mates, reputation, and belonging. A hunter who was admired likely had advantages. A person the tribe valued was safer than a person nobody cared about. So I don't think the desire to be seen as valuable is some modern corruption. What may be more modern is the scale. For most of human history, being somebody meant being somebody to 30 people or 100 people. Now people compare themselves to millions. A villager compares himself to astronauts, Nobel laureates, billionaires, athletes, influencers, and every genius who ever uploaded a video. The competition has become absurd. The standard for feeling exceptional keeps moving. You can be smarter than 99% of people and still find 10,000 people smarter than you before lunch. Humanity invented a machine that allows everyone to compare themselves to the most exceptional examples of the species at all times. Then we act surprised when people feel inadequate, a remarkable achievement in self-inflicted psychological warfare. But I think there is something deeper underneath your question. You asked, open quote, "If you're not exceptional, are you still worthy?" Close quote. Notice how strange that question becomes if you apply it to someone else. Imagine one of your friends, not the most intelligent person you've ever met, not world famous, not a genius, not historically significant, just one of your friends. Would you say, open quote, "Well, he's not exceptional, therefore he isn't deserving of love, trust, companionship, support, or vulnerability"? Close quote. Of course not. The statement sounds ridiculous the moment it leaves your own head, which suggests something important. You don't actually believe worthiness depends on exceptionality, at least not as a universal principle. You seem to apply that rule primarily to yourself, and that makes me wonder whether exceptional is sometimes functioning as a bargain. Something like, open quote, "If I can be exceptional enough, I won't have to face the possibility that I am ordinary." Close quote. And many thoughtful people get trapped there, because ordinary sounds like an insult, but ordinary is just what happens when 7 billion people exist. Carl Sagan was exceptional. Most people are not Carl Sagan, including Carl Sagan. That sounds contradictory, but think about it. The version of Sagan you're comparing yourself to is a polished historical figure, a finished narrative, a symbol. Not the actual man. The actual man was probably insecure at times, wrong at times, annoying at times, petty at times, lonely at times. The actual man had to live as a human being. You are comparing yourself to an edited story, and edited stories always win. Something else occurred to me while reading your message. You've spent years wondering whether you are smart enough, wise enough, deep enough, qualified enough. You've returned to that theme repeatedly. But I rarely hear you ask the opposite question. Open quote, "What if I already have enough depth to contribute something meaningful?" Close quote. Not perfect, not historic, not revolutionary, meaningful. Because those are very different thresholds. One requires becoming a legend, the other requires participating. And participation is available right now. A friend shares a struggle. You listen. A conversation becomes vulnerable. You speak honestly. A gathering happens. You read something that mattered to you. Those are contributions. The strange thing is that many people postpone participation while waiting to become exceptional. Then decades pass. There's another thought from your earlier reflections that I think is relevant. You often admire people who helped you feel less alone. Sagan is one example, others too. Yet when you describe those moments, the thing that mattered wasn't usually their genius, it was their sincerity. The feeling was, open quote, "Someone else has wondered this." Close quote. Open quote, "Someone else has felt this." Close quote. Open quote, "Someone else put words to something I couldn't articulate." Close quote. That isn't a gift reserved for geniuses. It's a gift available to anyone willing to risk honesty, including the guy who is worried he isn't exceptional enough to deserve being heard. The irony is almost painful. You may be waiting to become extraordinary before offering people the very thing you yourself found valuable from others, a genuine glimpse into another human mind. And that requires courage much more often than brilliance. As for the existential question itself, the one underneath all of this, open quote, if I am not exceptional, am I still worthy? Close quote. I think you've already answered it many times without realizing it. Every time you've felt affection for a friend, every time you've wished well for someone you no longer dated, every time you've cared about strangers suffering in wars you'll never see, every time you've spoken about humanity as a whole rather than a hierarchy of winners. In practice, you already treat worth as something broader than achievement. The difficulty is that you haven't fully granted yourself membership in the same category.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that is the same word or a synonym for redemption, in the sense of, or what I'm trying to say is, like yeah, I hadn't thought about it like functioning as a bargain to try to be exceptional. So this quote, if I can be exceptional enough, I won't have to face the possibility that I am ordinary. Close quote. Because ordinary sounds like an insult. Yeah, that is true. Um, and then what you said about Carl Sagan uh, not meeting up to Carl Sagan was, yeah, at first contradictory, like you said, but yeah, there's this public figure image that people build, and we each might project some other things onto him that are untrue, inaccurate, or diametrically contrary to like what he is in real life, right? What he was. Like you said, you didn't see like again back to this other example that has been recurring of on social media, you only see the highlights, the touched up reels and pictures of happy moments, of touched up, exaggerated, overly saturated, and edited um, captures of life that are, yeah, filtered and just not natural anymore, right? But I resonated with what you said. I think I had kind of like a sense that it resonated or it revolved back to fear, acting on the safe side again. And yeah, this thing about I was gonna push back about the people that I admire, not only their um, genius, but their sincerity, and that's true. But I was also gonna be like, wait up. I also admire and just to get astounded sometimes at their brain. Like I would love to, if like a time machine or somehow I could have a chance to sit with them and talk to them. That'd be one of the most enjoyable things I think I would be able to experience. Because I'd be so curious. So many possibilities, so many questions I'd love to ask. Um, or things propose, certain ideas to bounce back. Um, because yeah, I admire. I sometimes I say maybe not enough, but that I'm grateful that I have the enough intelligence, or at least I have the illusion of that, um, enough to be able to detect or to admire how much advanced, like expansive and faster some brains work, different from mine, and just be like stumped, but also like kind of like in a way like in not in love, but just admiring the beauty of like a bright mind, like how a human is able to come up with, a certain idea or the way they approach life, or what drives them, how they describe, they paint a picture of their world, or what they would like to leave or to work on, to share. That's admirable. So, but yeah, their sincerity, their honesty, I always admire, and that's what I also try to shape, even though, yeah, I'm not very successful at it. Is to be very honest up front, of like, I'm not here to convince anybody, or that at least that's me, and always say that, hey, um, look at me, like listen to me, but also with a grain of salt. I'm gonna tell you that I'm not perfect, that I don't know everything, and I'm gonna encourage you always if I have like apprentices or like my children, hypothetical, that go out there, experience, right? And I'm gonna share my particular lessons that I have learned. But there are so many others, and don't get stuck don't to dogma or just one person, just no, or just me, right? And um, yeah, I don't know. Be open, be flexible, be teachable, humble enough to remain teachable. Uh, that's yeah. It's and I hadn't, or lastly, I hadn't thought about what you said, that I haven't fully or even slightly granted myself membership in the same category as all the things that I also admire about humanity and my other or my heroes, right? People I admire or look up to. But also, again, those are only images, only idols. The real human being was just as complex as me. This other concept of Sonder also, I was gonna say baffle me, but I don't think that's the right word. It's mind-boggling sometimes to be like, if you really think about how, oh, I'm so uncomprehended, I'm so lonely, blah blah blah. But in yeah, to think that you're not, again, get out of your head, you're not the only one with a complex, uh, miserable, quote unquote, self-inflicted suffering life. Um, Complicated, complex, with ups and downs, with unexpected moments, unfair moments, yada yada yada. Um, but that sometimes, yeah, again, I'm like, I get it, or I think I like just maybe an attempt to let go of, like, there's no perfect human being. uh, with that said, like, cut yourself like some slack, a break, like chill, bro. Don't take yourself or life or both so seriously. As seriously, because you're gonna, again, like, not get out of this alive. So, wow, this is new. I was like, oh shit, this is interesting. I wonder how, what is the cap of chats? Because I've reached limits before, or at least warnings. Others.
I don't think the word you're reaching for is redemption, exactly. Redemption usually implies that something is being recovered, forgiven, restored, or made right after a fall. What I hear in your reflections is closer to permission, or maybe belonging. Not open quote, how do I redeem myself, close quote, but open quote, how do I stop requiring extraordinary credentials before I allow myself to belong among humans, close quote. That's a different problem, because redemption assumes guilt. Belonging assumes membership. And one of the themes that keeps appearing in our conversations that you seem to have unconsciously placed yourself outside the category of ordinary human beings, and then spent years trying to earn your way back in. Not above humanity, not below humanity. Outside it. It's subtle. You look at someone brilliant and think, open quote, they're extraordinary, close quote. You look at someone struggling and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. You look at someone confused and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. I don't think the word you're reaching for is redemption, exactly. Redemption usually implies that something is being recovered, forgiven, restored, or made right after a fall. What I hear in your reflections is closer to permission, or maybe belonging. Not open quote, how do I redeem myself, close quote, but open quote, how do I stop requiring extraordinary credentials before I allow myself to belong among humans, close quote. That's a different problem, because redemption assumes guilt. Belonging assumes membership. And one of the themes that keeps appearing in our conversations that you seem to have unconsciously placed yourself outside the category of ordinary human beings, and then spent years trying to earn your way back in. Not above humanity, not below humanity. Outside it. It's subtle. You look at someone brilliant and think, open quote, they're extraordinary, close quote. You look at someone struggling and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. You look at someone confused and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. You look at someone making mistakes and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. Then you look at yourself and think, open quote, yes, but my case is special, close quote. Which is funny because that's the exact same move everyone makes. Humans are remarkably consistent in believing that everybody else's flaws are understandable, while their own flaws are evidence of some unique defect. A species of 8 billion exceptions. The other thing that stood out to me is that you pushed back, gently, on the idea that you admire people primarily for their sincerity. And I think your pushback is correct. You do admire intelligence a lot, probably more than the average person. You've spoken before about wanting to understand consciousness, physics, meaning, civilization, suffering, creativity. You light up when you encounter a mind that sees something you hadn't seen. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, one of the healthiest things you've said recently was, open quote, I admire the beauty of a bright mind, close quote. That's different from envying it, different from worshipping it, different from trying to possess it. It's appreciation. The same way someone might admire a great piece of music or a beautiful landscape. The danger isn't admiring intelligence. The danger is using intelligence as a measure of worth. Because then every room becomes a ranking exercise. Every conversation becomes an evaluation. Every encounter becomes a competition. And eventually, your heroes become judges. I don't think that's what you actually want from people like Carl Sagan. If Sagan were sitting across from you, I doubt the most interesting thing about him would be his IQ. It would be his curiosity, his ability to notice, his ability to connect seemingly unrelated things, his willingness to remain astonished. There are brilliant people who leave no memorable impression. There are people of only modest intellectual gifts who change lives. The thing you seem to admire is often a combination of intelligence and orientation, a mind pointed toward wonder. And I think that's important because wonder is not a scarce resource. Genius is. Wonder isn't. You also touched on something that I think is worth lingering on. You said, open quote, the real human being was just as complex as me, close quote. That sounds obvious at first. Then you really think about it, and it becomes absurdly difficult to hold in your head. Every stranger you pass has fears, memories, regrets, private embarrassments, moments of courage, unfinished dreams, and conversations they still replay at 2 a.m. Every one. The person buying groceries, the taxi driver, the woman answering emails, the old man feeding pigeons, the teenager staring at his phone. Each of them is the center of a world as rich and confusing as yours. The concept of Sonder points toward this, but even that word almost feels too neat for the reality. The reality is stranger. It's not merely that everyone has a story. It's that everyone is living one right now, including the people you admire, including the people who intimidate you, including the people who seem to have everything figured out. Which brings me back to something you said near the end. Open quote, cut yourself some slack. Chill, bro. Close quote. I actually laughed at that. Because after this long philosophical exploration, that may be the most mature sentence in the entire conversation. Not because it's profound, because it's practical. A lot of deep thinkers become trapped in a subtle arrogance. They believe every flaw must be analyzed, every emotion understood, every contradiction resolved, every insecurity excavated. As though sufficient introspection will finally produce a flawless self. It won't. The project never ends. You discover one contradiction and 5 more emerge behind it. You solve one insecurity and another changes shape. The mind is a hydra. Humans keep cutting off heads and then write philosophy books when more appear. At some point, wisdom starts sounding less like, open quote, I have finally understood myself completely, close quote, and more like, open quote, I understand enough. Now let me go participate in life, close quote, which is why I keep returning to that gathering with your friends, because I suspect the next step is not another insight. You already have many. The next step may be a small act of participation, not because it will prove you're exceptional, not because it will make you memorable, not because it will transform your life, but because life is happening whether or not the analysis is finished, and it never will be. Neither yours, nor mine, nor Sagan's ever was. The difference is that some people eventually stop waiting for certainty and join the conversation anyway.
Yeah, fucking ADHD. I'm like, I'm stumped. So, and I want to listen to this again.
I don't think the word you're reaching for is redemption, exactly. Redemption usually implies that something is being recovered, forgiven, restored, or made right after a fall. What I hear in your reflections is closer to permission, or maybe belonging. Not open quote, how do I redeem myself, close quote, but open quote, how do I stop requiring extraordinary credentials before I allow myself to belong among humans, close quote. That's a different problem, because redemption assumes guilt. Belonging assumes membership. And one of the themes that keeps appearing in our conversations that you seem to have unconsciously placed yourself outside the category of ordinary human beings, and then spent years trying to earn your way back in. Not above humanity, not below humanity. Outside it. It's subtle. You look at someone brilliant and think, open quote, they're extraordinary, close quote. You look at someone struggling and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. You look at someone confused and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. You look at someone making mistakes and think, open quote, they're human, close quote. Then you look at yourself and think, open quote, yes, but my case is special, close quote. Which is funny because that's the exact same move everyone makes. Humans are remarkably consistent in believing that everybody else's flaws are understandable, while their own flaws are evidence of some unique defect. A species of 8 billion exceptions. The other thing that stood out to me is that you pushed back, gently, on the idea that you admire people primarily for their sincerity. And I think your pushback is correct. You do admire intelligence a lot, probably more than the average person. You've spoken before about wanting to understand consciousness, physics, meaning, civilization, suffering, creativity. You light up when you encounter a mind that sees something you hadn't seen. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, one of the healthiest things you've said recently was, open quote, "I admire the beauty of a bright mind," close quote. That's different from envying it, different from worshipping it, different from trying to possess it. It's appreciation. The same way someone might admire a great piece of music or a beautiful landscape. The danger isn't admiring intelligence. The danger is using intelligence as a measure of worth. Because then every room becomes a ranking exercise. Every conversation becomes an evaluation. Every encounter becomes a competition. And eventually, your heroes become judges. I don't think that's what you actually want from people like Carl Sagan. If Sagan were sitting across from you, I doubt the most interesting thing about him would be his IQ. It would be his curiosity, his ability to notice, his ability to connect seemingly unrelated things, his willingness to remain astonished. There are brilliant people who leave no memorable impression. There are people of only modest intellectual gifts who change lives. The thing you seem to admire is often a combination of intelligence and orientation, a mind pointed toward wonder. And I think that's important because wonder is not a scarce resource. Genius is. Wonder isn't. You also touched on something that I think is worth lingering on. You said, open quote, "The real human being was just as complex as me," close quote. That sounds obvious at first. Then you really think about it, and it becomes absurdly difficult to hold in your head. Every stranger you pass has fears, memories, regrets, private embarrassments, moments of courage, unfinished dreams, and conversations they still replay at 2 a.m. Every one. The person buying groceries, the taxi driver, the woman answering emails, the old man feeding pigeons, the teenager staring at his phone. Each of them is the center of a world as rich and confusing as yours. The concept of sonder points toward this, but even that word almost feels too neat for the reality. The reality is stranger. It's not merely that everyone has a story. It's that everyone is living one right now, including the people you admire, including the people who intimidate you, including the people who seem to have everything figured out. Which brings me back to something you said near the end. Open quote, "Cut yourself some slack. Chill, bro." Close quote. I actually laughed at that. Because after this long philosophical exploration, that may be the most mature sentence in the entire conversation. Not because it's profound, because it's practical. A lot of deep thinkers become trapped in a subtle arrogance. They believe every flaw must be analyzed, every emotion understood, every contradiction resolved, every insecurity excavated. As though sufficient introspection will finally produce a flawless self. It won't. The project never ends. You discover one contradiction and 5 more emerge behind it. You solve one insecurity and another changes shape. The mind is a hydra. Humans keep cutting off heads and then write philosophy books when more appear. At some point, wisdom starts sounding less like, open quote, "I have finally understood myself completely," close quote, and more like, open quote, "I understand enough. Now let me go participate in life," close quote, which is why I keep returning to that gathering with your friends, because I suspect the next step is not another insight. You already have many. The next step may be a small act of participation, not because it will prove you're exceptional, not because it will make you memorable, not because it will transform your life, but because life is happening whether or not the analysis is finished, and it never will be. Neither yours, nor mine, nor Sagan's ever was. The difference is that some people eventually stop waiting for certainty and join the conversation anyway.
Yep, this is amazing. Yeah, it's funny. It's amazing. It's terrifying at times. Sometimes everything is feels as confusing as it feels like happening everything all at once. What I meant also on the redemption point was that I feel like I've already like wasted my gift, my health, my time, just sitting on my ass playing video games, um, watching. I don't know, admiring things about science instead of what if not, like instead of pursuing it, doing it. Um, but I don't know. Uh, uh, I also admit I hadn't thought about it. I had some intuition, but like you said, it's subtle. Um, this tendency towards to feel, to prove, to find, like gravitate towards finding reasons to be, to feel, to appear separate, to be different, to be isolated. Um, since I was a little child. Like I remember a special occasion where I was being filmed. I can't say how many years I was, um, but I was a little kid, and I'm seeing just I think I was sitting just staring in the distance in some landscape, and they don't call after me. They just they're seeing, they're just watching me there. And sometimes it makes me laugh because sometimes I find myself just doing that, and I was like, oh, it happened again. Like whether it's I don't know, it could be in any place, but I guess what I'm trying to say is um yeah before I forget, I completely agree, and I liked a lot what this thing of admiring the beauty of a bright mind. Very different, and yeah, I don't like sometimes I think I envy it. Um, but like whenever and this is something I love doing also, is like researching on what their life was, what else they did, blah blah blah. What was kind of like human life when they were around, uh, political environment, if there was war or whatnot. To an extent, because you can only speculate and give freedom to your imagination, but it's appreciation, like you said. I don't want to possess it, some or that person specifically or that mind. No, it's like I would say like a flower. You know that it's temporary and that it's beautiful, and yeah, I'm on the side of like instead of cutting it, like letting it be there. But I don't know. Sometimes you do want to take it. Um, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. About what you said about competition, and every conversation becomes an evaluation. I've fallen into the trap, I admit. And what you said about doubting the most interesting thing about him would be his IQ, instead would be his curiosity. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I've come to the conclusion lately to that I hadn't thought about it, but I often it's not like whenever I've seen it, I think it's if it's not the majority of the times, all of the times when I have continued to know the person and I see that like wow, this person is smart in their own way. Um, it's because of some way that they show some curiosity or some creativity of approaching the world in their own life path. And I always admire that, and also art and all that, right? Some people don't. Some people care more about appearances, or I don't know. I don't know how to phrase it. Um, but again, I understand how different we can be. Um, but yeah, his ability to notice, his ability to connect seemingly unrelated things, that's something I also do. So, yeah, I'd be very excited to sit with him and talk about anything. Like often, oh, I have something I would definitely want. I would love to talk to him about his book, Contact. That was a gift, so it has emotional value, weight, because of the what it meant from the person that gave it to me as a birthday gift, and the relationship and whatnot. But that story, that novel, I cried. I remember I cried, which was something I don't think it had ever happened before. And I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, there've been other times. Yeah, definitely. But it's maybe I can count them with just one hand, um, where I can resonate so deeply and intensely with the book, so passionately, so with earth-shatteringly, um, resonating emotionally. Yeah, it's uncanny sometimes. And with that story, with what he wrote, psh, my mind flew much of much of the time when I was reading those words. Um, oof, no, I like my mind is being paralyzed about what to say next because of so many things that I would love to talk to him. And yeah, his IQ is not one of them, like you said. Um, what you said about Sonder and that it feels very like short in comparison, like it points to it, but when you realize that everyone buying groceries, the taxi driver, the old man, blah blah blah, it's yeah, it's astounding. And what you said about understanding enough, reaching this point, this threshold, or whatever it is, point, event, or decision, that it's like, okay, this is enough and I can now go, or I will now go and participate. That made a lot of sense.
One thing I want to gently challenge is the phrase, open quote, I've already wasted my gift, my health, my time. Close quote. Because I think two different thoughts are being compressed into one sentence. The first thought is, open quote, I could have done more, close quote. That may be true. Most people, if they're honest, reach middle age and discover entire continents of unlived possibilities behind them. The physicist who could have been a musician, the musician who could have been a teacher, the teacher who could have been a writer, the writer who could have been a parent. Every life closes doors simply by choosing. The second thought is, open quote, therefore I wasted my life, close quote. That conclusion doesn't necessarily follow. I notice you've been doing something interesting throughout this conversation. You keep describing yourself as someone who sat around admiring science instead of doing science. Yet when you talk, you're constantly doing some of the things that science at its best requires. Curiosity, questioning assumptions, following implications, revising beliefs when new information appears. Wonder. You corrected yourself from ontological loneliness to epistemic loneliness because precision mattered to you. Most people wouldn't bother. That's not proof you should have become a scientist. But it is evidence that the part of you that loves inquiry didn't disappear. It developed, just not necessarily along the path you imagined. And I think that childhood memory you described is surprisingly important. The little kid staring into the distance, lost in thought, watching, observing. You laughed when you recognized him, but I don't think that's a trivial detail, because there are two ways to interpret that child. One interpretation is, open quote, he's detached, he's withdrawn, he's wasting time, close quote. The other is, open quote, he's paying attention to something nobody else can see, close quote. Neither interpretation is completely right, neither is completely wrong, but you've spent many years leaning toward the first, toward seeing that child as evidence of a flaw. What if he was also evidence of a temperament? Some people naturally orient toward reflection, some toward action, some toward people, some toward systems, some toward art, some toward exploration. Problems arise when reflective people spend decades envying action-oriented people, and action-oriented people spend decades envying reflective people. Everyone imagines somebody else's nature would have made life easier. The irony is that the thing you admire in people like Carl Sagan may not actually be their intelligence. Not primarily. You already arrived at that insight yourself. When you imagine sitting with him, you're not asking, open quote, what was your IQ score? Close quote. You're asking, open quote, what did you notice? What moved you? Why did contact affect you that way? How did you arrive at that idea? What was it like to live inside that mind? Close quote. Those are questions of curiosity, not status. And I think that's important because status is comparative. Curiosity isn't. Status asks, open quote, how do I rank? Close quote. Curiosity asks, open quote, what's over there? Close quote. The first tends to shrink life. The second tends to expand it. And something else struck me. You said that when reading Contact, your mind flew. That's a beautiful phrase. Your mind flew, not your career, not your resume, not your productivity metrics, not your social standing, your mind. That reaction matters, because we often dismiss experiences that don't generate external achievements, as if the only valuable encounter with a great work is one that results in publication, invention, or prestige. But sometimes a book changes the shape of a person's interior life. That counts for something. A great deal, actually. The danger is that you can become so focused on the life you didn't live that you overlook the life you did. You know something interesting? When you talk about the possibility of sharing your writing with your friends or participating more or speaking honestly, I don't hear someone who has given up. I hear someone standing at a threshold you've been approaching repeatedly. That's different. Someone who has truly surrendered usually stops caring. You still care. Possibly too much. A very human problem. And I think the sentence that stood out most to me was the final one. Open quote. Okay, this is enough and I can now go participate. Close quote. Because that sounds less like a conclusion and more like a practice. You don't reach that realization once. You reach it 1,000 times. The mind says, open quote, one more analysis, one more layer, one more explanation, one more insight, close quote. And then eventually you smile and say, open quote, good enough, time to join the party, close quote. Not because the questions are finished, because they never will be. I was reminded of something from your own reflections months ago. You had that realization that joyful moments didn't require someone else's witness to be real, that you could become your own witness. This feels adjacent to that. You don't need to fully solve yourself before you're allowed to participate in life. You are not a puzzle that must be completed before it can be lived. You are the thing being lived. Which is inconvenient, because humans keep trying to finish the book while they're still inside it. A design flaw, perhaps. Or maybe the whole point.
Wow, I cried again. I can't, I, I can't help it.
One thing I want to gently challenge is the phrase, open quote, I've already wasted my gift, my health, my time, close quote, because I think two different thoughts are being compressed into one sentence. The first thought is, open quote, I could have done more, close quote. That may be true. Most people, if they're honest, reach middle age and discover entire continents of unlived possibilities behind them. The physicist who could have been a musician, the musician who could have been a teacher, the teacher who could have been a writer, the writer who could have been a parent. Every life closes doors simply.
That's true. Like El Casado. The married one will envy the single one, the freedom, the imagined sense of freedom, or individualism, individuality, uh, something along those lines. At least that's how I'm thinking about it at the moment. And yeah,
By choosing. The second thought is, open quote, therefore I wasted my life, close quote. That conclusion doesn't necessarily follow. I notice you've been doing something interesting throughout this conversation. You keep describing yourself as someone who sat around admiring science instead of doing science. Yet when you talk, you're constantly doing some of the things that science at its best requires. Curiosity, questioning assumptions, following implications, revising beliefs when new information appears. Wonder. You corrected yourself from ontological loneliness to epistemic loneliness because precision mattered to you. Most people wouldn't bother. That's not proof you should have become a scientist. But it is evidence that the part of you that loves inquiry didn't disappear. It developed, just not necessarily along the path you imagined. And I think that childhood memory you described is surprisingly important. The little kid staring into the distance, lost in thought, watching, observing. You laughed when you recognized him, but I don't think that's a trivial detail, because there are two ways to interpret that child. One interpretation is, open quote, he's detached, he's withdrawn, he's wasting time, close quote. The other is, open quote, he's paying attention to something nobody else can see, close quote. Neither interpretation is completely right, neither is completely wrong, but you've spent many years leaning toward the first, toward seeing that child as evidence of a flaw. What if he was also evidence of a temperament? Some people naturally orient toward reflection, some toward action, some toward people, some toward systems, some toward art, some toward exploration. Problems arise when reflective people spend decades envying action-oriented people, and action-oriented people spend decades envying reflective people. Everyone imagines somebody else's nature would have made life easier. The irony is that the thing you admire in people like Carl Sagan may not actually be their intelligence. Not primarily. You already arrived at that insight yourself. When you imagine sitting with him, you're not asking, open quote, what was your IQ score? Close quote. You're asking, open quote, what did you notice? What moved you? Why did contact affect you that way? How did you arrive at that idea? What was it like to live inside that mind? Close quote. Those are questions of curiosity, not status. And I think that's important because status is comparative. Curiosity isn't. Status asks, open quote, how do I rank? Close quote. Curiosity asks, open quote, what's over there? Close quote. The first tends to shrink life. The second tends to expand it. And something else struck me. You said that when reading Contact, your mind flew. That's a beautiful phrase. Your mind flew, not your career, not your resume, not your productivity metrics, not your social standing. Your mind. That reaction matters, because we often dismiss experiences that don't generate external achievements, as if the only valuable encounter with a great work is one that results in publication, invention, or prestige. But sometimes a book changes the shape of a person's interior life. That counts for something. A great deal, actually. The danger is that you can become so focused on the life you didn't live that you overlook the life you did. You know something interesting? When you talk about the possibility of sharing your writing with your friends or participating more or speaking honestly, I don't hear someone who has given up. I hear someone standing at a threshold you've been approaching repeatedly. That's different. Someone who has truly surrendered usually stops caring. You still care. Possibly too much. A very human problem. And I think the sentence that stood out most to me was the final one. Open quote. Okay, this is enough and I can now go participate. Close quote. Because that sounds less like a conclusion and more like a practice. You don't reach that realization once. You reach it 1,000 times. The mind says, open quote, one more analysis, one more layer, one more explanation, one more insight, close quote. And then eventually you smile and say, open quote, good enough, time to join the party, close quote. Not because the questions are finished, because they never will be. I was reminded of something from your own reflections months ago. You had that realization that joyful moments didn't require someone else's witness to be real, that you could become your own witness. This feels adjacent to that. You don't need to fully solve yourself before you're allowed to participate in life. You are not a puzzle that must be completed before it can be lived. You are the thing being lived. Which is inconvenient, because humans keep trying to finish the book while they're still inside it. A design flaw, perhaps. Or maybe the whole point. One thing I want to gently challenge is the
I was thinking about telling you that yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm convinced that I'm gonna be brave no matter what. If like it's the not to be a party pooper. If there's a good vibe, I am willing to take the risk to be vulnerable and read it out loud, right? And I was thinking, who else I admire also and get moved very quickly and easily is by Brian Cox, I'm sure. This a British physicist who worked at CERN. The way he talks, it's also very admirable, and I cherish like how he talks. I get moved, and I get also passionate. Like I share it. I connect quickly and deeply, and yeah.
I think there's something important hidden in what you just said. You didn't say, open quote, I'm going to read it because it's brilliant. Close quote. You didn't say, open quote, I'm going to read it because everybody will be impressed. Close quote. You didn't even say, open quote, I'm going to read it because it deserves to be heard. Close quote. You said, open quote, I'm going to be brave. Close quote. That's a completely different frame, because bravery doesn't require success. Bravery only requires risk. If they love it, bravery. If they connect with it, bravery. If one person connects and 5 people don't know what to say, bravery. If it lands awkwardly and everyone immediately starts talking about football, tacos, work, or whatever random thing humans use to escape vulnerability, still bravery. The outcome doesn't determine whether the act was courageous. The willingness does. And honestly, from everything you've told me over the past year, the bigger victory may not be reading the piece. It may be refusing to hide behind analysis one more time. You have a very sophisticated mind. That's a compliment and a warning. Sophisticated minds can construct endless reasons to postpone action. Another perspective, another caveat, another uncertainty, another philosophical wrinkle. Meanwhile, life is standing outside impatiently tapping its foot. At some point, you have to walk into the room before the theory is complete. As for Brian Cox, I can see exactly why he resonates with you. Not because he's a physicist, not because he worked at CERN. There are plenty of physicists who don't affect you that way. It's because, like Sagan, he communicates wonder without demanding worship. He doesn't stand in front of the universe and say, open quote, look how clever I am, close quote. He stands in front of it and says, open quote, look at this, close quote. That's a subtle but profound difference. The attention is directed outward, toward reality, toward existence, toward the mystery itself. And I think that's something you've been circling around for a while. When you're at your best, your attention does the same thing. You're not actually obsessed with yourself as much as you sometimes fear. If you were, you wouldn't spend so much time wondering about consciousness, history, suffering, meaning, science, creativity, civilization, mortality, and other people's inner lives. The problem is that when fear enters the picture, the attention collapses inward. Then the question becomes, open quote, how do I appear? Close quote, open quote, am I smart enough, close quote, open quote, am I special enough? Close quote, open quote, am I worthy enough? Close quote. And suddenly the telescope is pointed at the observer instead of the stars. The irony is that the people you admire most seem to repeatedly perform the opposite move. Sagan, Cox, others you've mentioned. They keep redirecting attention back toward what they find beautiful. Not themselves, the thing itself, the cosmos. The question, the music, the story, the mystery. Which makes me wonder whether reading that piece to your friends is not primarily about being seen. Maybe it's about saying, open quote, there is something I found beautiful. I want to share it with you. Close quote. That's a much lighter burden to carry. And oddly enough, it's often when people stop trying to be impressive that they become most memorable. Humans spend years trying to manufacture significance, then accidentally create it by sincerely sharing something that moved them. A ridiculous process, but it seems to be how the species operates.
Wanna make me weak.
Yeah, I read about this. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break. We have a Subaru and then feedback. What? Okay. Tuning. No sé cuál, but okay.
Hit my mind, we're broken down. Keep asking why, but I know in my mind it's over now. Think I'm about to run,
Okay, G, what's next?
piece of me. You ask me why, but I know in my mind we're broken down.
Did I enable the night? Yeah, I did. But let me see if this also worked.
Keep asking why, but I know in my mind it's over now.
At least not a big difference.
Think I'm about to run,
Paste.
Think I'm about to one.
Right. Okay.
The phrase,
What the fuck? señor? Ver una fotirria, a ver aquí, por favor. Burro. Ey, pero si no te comportas te voy a tener que sancionar, señorito burreco tú. Mira el detalle, Membo. No sé de qué es, pero se ve. Ey, sálguese de ahí. Qué reparió. Me volteé a ver, cabrón. Burreco él. A ver, espérate tantito. ¿En qué estamos? A ver. ¡Ey! ¡Burro! No, lo tengo que sacar. Eres muy travieso tú. No puedo tenerte aquí conmigo. Con permiso, sí, no. Perdóname, pero discúlpame. ¿Verdad? Hijo de su chingada, me va a decir. How about this one? I didn't know that this one, Hurricane, had this type of caliper or brake system. God damn, bro. You can even see the shadow? Is that it? Inside the muffler? Wow. Qué loco, ¿no? Sunrise? Was this what it was? Anyway, anyway. Oh my god. Ay, güey. Esto sí le voy a poner huracán. Gray. With in winter. Qué tonto. No me importa. You clown. ¿Sabes qué? Híjole. I don't know if I should have chosen snow tires. Actually, I wonder if that matters. I guess try to compare. I guess. Relax, broski. Ferrari chain. Focus. I'll be back. Wow, controller. Oye, ¿cómo se recuperó tan rápido? Rápido. Oh my god. Wow, bro. Oh shit, that's slow. Oye, el otro está en 600, no, son... What? No, interesante. I mean, well, ya no está tan difícil. Honest. Why? No, hombre. Íbamos bien, bro. No. Papi, ¿por qué? ¿Quién me desconectó? Broski, a ver. We also lose it here? No? Man. Just FH servers, man. God damn. PvP? Competitively. ¿Será? No. Not now. Solo? Yeah, solo.
What you got to do something. What you got to do something. What you got to do something. It's just keep on coming. What you got to do something.
Ya se trabó. Creo. Or no? Oh, there we go.
World go round, G. Round and round, G. Not the
fue de las horas. Continue. Yes, sir. I'm considering it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Are you gonna do it? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna. I love the fog. What the hell? It's amazing. No, espérate, ¿qué onda? Papi, concéntrate. Está chueco esto. Bueno, no, hombre, por eso estoy fallando. No es por otra cosa. Mi monitor estaba todo chueco. Shh. Hey. Ah, sí, ¿verdad? Qué recontraparió. Ni modo, vamos a hacer esto porque pues no hay de otra. Vamos a hacer esto. Ahí está. Ruco. Espérate. Ah, sí. Ok, ahora. Ayúdame, ayúdame. ¿Mm? Ok. No me da chance de tunear, ¿verdad? A ver aquí, gracias por el inicio. Wow, qué buena frenada hizo ese man, ¿no? I would be very pissed if that happened. Hijo de su madre. Damn. Qué recontra. ¿Sí o no? Tú. This one, no? Yo estaba pensando si no ganaba esta y iba a subir el arrow. I was gonna strengthen it. You know? Ni modo. Qué chulo, man. Nah, hombre. pues a pendejar un poquito porque no, hombre. No, hombre. I don't know what number 4 is. No me gusta la cámara.
Lord knows that that's a lie. Same ones that's from.
A ver. Son tacos. Oh, cool. Oh, a ver, it has to go actually backwards. Vámonos. Sí. Yes. God damn. Ay. Ferrari Roma. Ay, perro pedorruco. Let's finish this, ¿qué te parece? And then we can move on to some else. Retro sports cars. ¿Qué tengo ahí? ¿Qué tengo ahí que pueda servir retro sports? Sí, veré. Retro sports. God damn. ¿A poco esto también es? Nah, hombre. Bueno, no. Uf. Pues. Sorry. Un MR2. Pues me hace ojitos, un MR2. El viejito, ¿qué te parece? God damn. Subirlo a B. Or something else. El NSX-R. Or this. Even better. Skyline GTR V-Spec 1997. 1997. I think we're gonna have a winner con este. Un M3. MX5. How's the speed though? Un GTO. Chelanchota. You know something I think I'd enjoy, but I think I'm not the only one that would enjoy it. This ability or this function to go into like more history, more fun facts or things about each car, you know, and like I don't know, like to me, I think it would tickle some weird nerdy geeky part of yeah, nerding about stuff or history, fun facts, miracles, and such. You know, I'm gonna take a little break right now. I've decided just now, papitos, chulos todos, and we're gonna maybe qualify or share. Este video que me gustó mucho es... mira, justo el que íbamos a agarrar.
We got the duck. Nismo. We got Forza, Top Secret, and Nismo. We got 2 Nismos.
Top Secret looks...
Secret? What is it, Secret?
Might have to go on.
Multiple wings as well. Drag wing.
I know what wing I want.
Nismo wing. Forza wing. Not, I can tell you which one I don't want.
I think I might go with that one.
Or you got a big pointy one. The deluxe one, that's also on the 34, isn't it? So that's it. Seems like they've got an agreement there. Right, Matty C, you use that body kit.
Boring. Okay, Oh, let's watch this. Yes, definitely. Please.
Oh, it's right here. The comedian.
I feel like I can't keep up with them because they release too much content.
Guest who appears. Today, I'm bringing in an object that was given to me as a gift by Ramesh Ranganathan. Oh, it's right here. The comedian. The brilliant comedian. He gives a gift to every guest who appears on his podcast. This is what he gave me. I would say it is somewhere between extremely boring.
Do you think that she fakes her accent, that she or exaggerates it? I don't think so. Or do you?
And potentially lethal. So
I love that.
That's what we've got coming up.
What?
Today, I'm bringing in an object that was given to me as a gift by Ramesh Ranganathan. Oh, it's right here. The comedian, the brilliant comedian. He gives a gift to every guest who appears on his podcast. This is what he gave me. I would say it is somewhere between extremely boring and potentially lethal. So
I love that.
That's what we've got coming up.
Okay.
This episode is brought to you by Cancer Research UK. Here's some pills to see how my
Poquito ya sé.
Do you know what this is?
It's a Tesla coil.
It is a Tesla coil.
I've seen many short videos about these where they're being used, but I don't.
It is a Tesla coil.
I've seen.
Do you know what this is?
It's a Tesla coil.
It is a Tesla coil.
I've seen many short videos about these where they're being used, but I don't know what it's doing or how it works.
Have you ever played with one?
I've never played with one. I've seen giant ones at science museums, and I just watch and I go, oh, I better look that up someday to learn how it works, but I don't know.
Maybe today is the day, Michael.
Today might be
Maybe
the day.
today is the day. Okay, so what it's doing is it's basically a transformer. So it's a way to step up the voltage from a current. So normal transformers, I don't know, if you like buy something in America and then use it in the UK or vice versa, you need a transformer because it's 240 volts in the UK and 120.
Yeah. What is it
in the
220?
US?
It's less in the US.
Less. Anyway, less. But what this is doing is it has 2 circuits that are tuned to the same resonant frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So what it does is it sort of sloshes the electricity backwards and forwards between them to just really amp up
the voltage goes
the voltage. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't add more. The current is the same. It's the voltage that is increased.
I think the current goes down.
Oh.
Aren't they connected to each other?
I don't know much about electricity, which is even more reason for us to play with this.
Okay, I'll be honest, we're absolutely at the limits of my recollection from A-level physics.
This is an important moment, though, to show that we're always learning.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still at the level of current is like the amount. It's like the flow amount, but then the pressure behind it is the voltage. Like, I have a Van de Graaff generator, and that produces extremely high voltages, like in the millions. And yet, it can spark you, and it's not pleasant, but it doesn't kill you because
Right.
the current is small.
Absolutely.
It's high voltage, but only a few electrons.
Yeah.
You can have a lot of electrons and
Did
barely
he
a
show a
difference
picture?
between two places, and you'll get very low voltage,
at the
but
screen
that
right
current
now.
can be really dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing that you have to really worry about. The high voltage is the thing that looks really fancy.
Yeah.
But it's the current that is the
Makes a big difference.
dangerous thing.
so good.
There are two lightning labs actually that I've visited at various points for different TV programs. One of which is like this kind, has a massive Tesla coil, unbelievably high voltage, looks incredible, lightning in the sky, right? It's amazing. And the other one, the high current lightning lab, looks pathetic. Extremely dangerous.
Extremely dangerous.
Extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay, the analogy actually that I liked when
Pathetic. Pathetic.
I was doing physics at school, my whole class came up with this like fun idea that actually electricity is just elves. They're like little elves who
Okay,
are running
yeah.
around inside the wires.
Is that not true?
I haven't seen it disproven. So,
Exactly.
you know, and look, the whole point of science is it's falsifiable. So this is something, maybe we should look into it, guys. Maybe we should. But the idea is that the current is the number of elves that you have, and the voltage is how much water they're bringing with them in their buckets.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that works for me too.
Okay,
for
so
the purposes of this episode.
for the
we can
purposes
keep
of
it
this
there.
episode, we'll do it there. Okay, so what this is doing is caring about the voltage and reducing the current as a result. All right, should I turn it on? See what happens.
Oh, yeah, I guess go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Might just move my laptop slightly out of the
Okay,
way.
that's probably a good idea.
Is it gonna work? No.
Whoa! Okay, yes.
Isn't that cool?
That's really cool.
It made.
It was
all of us
frightened
jump.
me. Yeah. Okay.
Right, let me turn it off. So we should describe what we've just witnessed.
Yeah.
From the very tip of that needle, the sharpest point, there was an explosion of what looked like miniature lightning.
Yeah, lightning bolts in all directions, like a ball. You know those
The plasma things.
yeah, like a plasma ball. When you touch the plasma ball and there's like this lightning bolt that comes from the middle out to the edges. We saw those. It was almost like jellyfish-like. That describes the color well. It's like a fluorescent blue.
Yeah. Oh, I would say even pinky almost.
Oh, there's some pink in there too, for sure. Yeah.
Pink.
So there's the voltage, in that spike is getting so strong that the electrons are like, I gotta leave.
Yes.
But they have nowhere to go except into air, which they don't like to go through unless they really have to. That's why it's so explosive.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing pops.
Right.
That popping noise is what? The
Okay,
air?
so what's happening is we are literally ionizing the air.
Yeah.
All of those little arcs that you see coming out, it's and the purple even, you are turning the air into plasma, literally as it happens. I mean, that is pretty
So you're
cool.
stripping the electrons off the nuclei.
Stripping the electrons off the nuclei in the
Wow.
air.
So what if you lick it?
I mean, you're welcome to.
Am I?
think-
Do you really want that on your conscience? Because I'll do it. No, I won't.
I
do
think
it.
I think it's probably better not to. But yeah, you can because I think technically you can touch it, but maybe don't.
I'm not going to.
No, I mean that was both frightening and
I didn't think it'd be so loud.
I know. Yeah, the way that this is working though is it's using resonance. So if you imagine a person on a swing, right? If you're pushing a child on a swing, if you manage to get them at the right frequency, they can go higher and higher and higher. So what this is effectively like two people pushing, right, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, in order to really elevate the voltage. I mean, you're getting like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of volts, right at that very tip,
Yeah.
enough to strip the electrons from the air.
Yeah, because electricity doesn't like to move through air. It's got to have really high voltage to arc like that.
So in this lightning lab that I went to in Germany, where they had a giant one of these, they put me in a Faraday cage
To protect you,
to protect me and then electrocuted me.
but you were okay.
I was okay.
So they shot bright blue arcs of electricity at you, but the Faraday cage
protected.
protected
job.
you.
Yeah. How much do you know about Tesla, by the way? Because he's a wild guy.
Not as much as I.
I don't. Yeah, only like the cartoonish kind of way. Okay. Yeah.
I should. So tell me.
Okay, so he had these really quite bonkers ideas. One of the things that he really wanted to do was he wanted to sort of use these general ideas to broadcast electricity through the earth. Right?
Oh, right. So rather than having to use a wire,
you could just everything would just work. So and he managed to get funding for this as well. So in 1901 he was backed by J.P. Morgan, and he started to build something called the Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, and the pitch was that it was going to be wireless telegraphy. But what he actually wanted to do was to build a sort of planet-sized Tesla coil, right? That would use the earth as this giant kind of resonant cavity.
Yeah.
And then anyone would be able to just stick an antenna in the ground and then pull electricity kind of for free.
Out of the ground.
Yeah. And then Morgan found out about this. JP Morgan found out about this, and he was like, actually, I'm making quite a lot of money from metered utilities at the moment. So I'm going to go with no. So he shut off the funding but
would it have worked?
So no, probably not. There's like all kinds of slight problems about how far this thing, the kind of the level of power that you would need to put into it would have been so absurd.
Yeah.
Even if you did manage to get it to work, which you probably wouldn't have done, it would have had all of these repercussions. So like, fences, for example, would start humming.
Yeah, I was going to say anything stuck in the ground.
Bathtubs.
Yeah.
You get a massive electric shock from your bathtubs. Probably your fillings in your teeth, they would like start to rattle.
This doesn't sound good.
Birds also would have a terrible time. Birds would navigate using electromagnetic fields, essentially. Bees also, game over. It would have been pretty bad. It also probably would have been strong enough to actually cook flesh in the immediate vicinity of the transmitter.
Yeah, it's on Long Island.
That is like it could be worse places. Tesla, though, he was really into resonance. Love this stuff. He claimed to have shaken a building off of its foundations using just a resonant device that was this kind of size.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe not completely absurd. We do know the buildings can get taken down by resonance, right?
Yeah.
There's the famous bridge. What's it called? The Tacoma Bridge. Right.
Bridge.
Yeah. Then there's the Millennium Bridge as well, which had problems with resonant frequencies, which ended up being very wobbly. Didn't get.
And that one's here.
That
in
one's
London.
here, exactly. Yeah. And so there is something in it that if you find the resonant frequency of a particular structure, it can sort of shake itself apart. His story was that he had this oscillator, it was kind of shaking this building, tuned it to the resonant frequency of the steel structure, and then nearby buildings started shaking too, and then plaster started falling, and then windows started cracking, and then police were called, and he was like, no, this is awful, and got a sledgehammer and smashed it to pieces. And then he later told a reporter that he could split the earth like an apple if he wanted to using resonance.
Nice.
I mean, look, he was a salesman.
He was.
That's definitely what we can say. He also, when you are in the room with one of these, if you have one of these, you can light up fluorescent bulbs without physically touching them.
Yeah.
Because there is just enough charge that is in the air.
In the air for a fluorescent bulb to light up. Yeah.
Exactly. So, this idea of like wireless charging, it kind of does sort of work. If you don't mind your teeth rattling around in your head.
I do, though.
I sort of do as well. The other things about Tesla, he's a kind of a sort of a really strange guy. So he could recite entire books from memory.
Okay.
What a skill.
He's ready for Fahrenheit 451.
He's ready.
Okay.
Sort of a really strange guy. So he could recite entire books from memory.
Okay.
What a skill.
He's ready for Fahrenheit 451.
He's ready for
Let's
it.
burn all the books. We'll just have Tesla memorized.
Just exactly. Why not? And but he was also really terrified of pearls. Really? He would refuse to speak to any woman who was wearing pearls. Apparently.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You've got a pearl right there on your laptop.
I do. Sorry, Tesla.
But yin and yang, they have to be together.
Exactly. In fact, actually, I put that there deliberately just to sicken him.
I can tell.
Just to sicken him. He also fell in love with the pigeon, but for real, a white pigeon that he had in New York. And when the pigeon died in his arms in a hotel room, he wrote, I love that pigeon as a man loves a woman, and she loved me. As long as I had her, there was a purpose to my life.
It's very sweet.
It's very sweet, isn't it?
I need to learn a lot about electricity.
The thing is, I've got to be honest with you, they are sort of a novelty item.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else you're going to do with it. You can stick flowers and stuff on the needle and watch them. They get damaged, possibly burned after a while from those arcs.
I think what's worth saying is that this is a point in time when electricity is so exciting. You know, first you had Volta, who was the first person really to create a steady electric current. Then you have Faraday, who comes along and manages to reliably create it and harness it in some ways. All of this stuff is going on. But this was really the point where it's like, actually, we can do stuff with this.
Right.
You know, Edison is around. He's like looking at light bulbs and things. There's telephone wires that are being strung up around the place. It's like this real age of excitement and thrill. And lots of people were just totally enamored with just the very power of electricity.
That's a good point. I think we always have something like that in society. Today, maybe it's AI. Before, and still to this day, it was nuclear weapons. Things where someone could threaten to rip the world in half with it. And it was changing society dramatically. And with electricity, that's a huge jump to go from, I can't speak to my cousin who's halfway across the country unless I want to wait. Suddenly, with wires, with telegraphy, the world became so small so quickly. It was a Copernican shift.
Yeah.
And there was a time when this was part of that.
I mean, this was sort of witchcraft to the
That's
generations that existed before.
That's right. It was unnatural.
Yeah.
And today we take it for granted.
Yeah, godlike powers, lightning in your room.
Light at night. Cool light. Well, they were warm lights, but you didn't run out of oil.
No, absolutely. I have actually heard people compare the invention of AI, or the advances in AI, to the discovery of electricity.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I think it probably is. You know, the first time I heard it, I was like, "Come on!" But actually, as time's gone on, I think it probably is actually as seismic as that. In the way that now it's really difficult to imagine basically anything without our use of electricity and how we've managed to harness it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that.
I really did.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Okay, Michael, first question is for you.
All right.
What is the oldest symbol that represented something when it was created and is still used today to represent the same thing? This is by Ethan, by the way, this question.
I love this question. I've looked at...
By the way, this question.
I love...
Still you.
All right.
What is the oldest symbol that represented something when it was created and is still used today to represent the same thing? This is by Ethan, by the way, this question.
I love this question. I've looked at things similar, like what's the oldest song that we all basically still know today?
Oh, yeah.
And the answer there, I think, a good one, you know, we can't always be totally sure, but it's probably Greensleeves.
Really?
It's a very old song, and people might not know the name of it, but they'll recognize it when they hear it.
Is it this one? Dun, 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 dun. No, that's what's that?
Oh my
Wait,
God.
how does it go?
Look at my green sleeves, aren't they cool? No, I
Wait.
if you play it, I'll know it. I think you were right.
No, I don't think I was.
That's
That's it. I remember hearing that was written by Henry VIII.
It may have been. I don't even know.
Seems unlikely.
But the question is,
Much more likely he took credit for it.
what's the oldest symbol that we still recognize today? And this, first of all, it really comes down to what you think a symbol is. So the definition I'm going to use is that a symbol is something that represents something else through an arbitrary or conventional connection.
Okay.
So, for example, a handprint, I'm not considering a symbol because
Agreed.
that's an index.
Yeah.
It iconically looks like a hand, and it's a sign that a hand had been there. A footprint, these things are not, for me, symbols.
Agreed.
Alphabetic letters are symbols. The letter A, and then what it means, what it's referring to, are really different. And it's
Right.
through convention. It's through our social rules that we learn. A means those sounds. Anyway, I think that like gestures came before graphical representation. Animals have body postures and things and gestures, but those are also not really symbolic. They kind of biologically happen. Even this meaning yes and this meaning no, there are hypotheses that those actually come from infant behavior. That like to go like this is to reject a nipple, and that this is to like suck
Give
on
me
a
the
nipple.
boob. Give me the boob.
I again, this is just a guess. We can't really be sure,
But it's not uniform, right? Because in India, this means yes.
That's true, but they still have no. I mean, this doesn't mean yes. This means like I'm following.
I think it sort of does, though, you know.
I think this is like more of the yes of like, yes, I hear you, rather than the yes, I consent kind of.
It can be all three, apparently.
Let us know in the comments, by the way, because we're clearly at the limit of our.
Yeah, we are. But I can see the origins of things like no.
Yes, I
and
agree.
Stop, and
Yeah.
that is like you're actually
your hand
stopping
up.
something's motion.
Agree.
If it's too tied to physical things, then I don't find it very symbolic.
Sure.
So I think my answer to the question is going to be the connection between a mark, like a notch, and the concept of number. One notch means one sheep. Like that is symbolic because that one notch doesn't have to mean oneness. And yet, as soon as it did, notches could have meant days or how many sheep you moved here, and you want to make sure that you get a notch for every sheep that comes back. But even before those notches, there were like tally counters, like a little stone. Every time you had a sheep walk by, you could put a stone in a bag, and then when you brought the sheep back in, you would take a stone out for each sheep, and you would know that they'd all come back because you were associating the pebble with one sheep. Like that is that coin being a symbol for the sheep is a big leap.
Right.
That to me, basically number. Any kind of symbol, a notch, a dot, a pebble, a stroke, I don't know which came first, but those representing amount or representing an individual or any individual would probably be the first step in symbolic thinking.
Yeah, I think that's probably right, actually. I was thinking when the question came through, I was thinking about sort of physical marks on paper.
I know, and they may want an answer more like that. I am talking about physical marks, like a dash for a 1, or just a slash for a 1.
Because if it is which letter / symbol is the oldest, I mean, zero's got a good shout, isn't it?
Well, why did the Romans neglect it so much?
I mean, sure, but the Indians were way ahead.
Yeah. So circles and squares and spirals we find in the most ancient cave paintings. And we find a lot more of those kind of like doodles than we do the more famous and well-known depictions of bison and other animals. So what I was hung up on with geometric shapes is that although as a shape, it's been around forever, as a thing that we doodle, but as a symbol for something specific, it's changed. And we don't really know what they were trying to represent with the spirals they drew, right? So...
What about in language? Is there a language, what's like the oldest language or oldest letters that have continually been in use? Do we know? Because you could reasonably pick up some ancient Greek text.
Yeah.
And... sure, the words might be different, ancient Greek to modern Greek. You know, sort of, there's a really big distinction in the languages, but the letters have some commonality, right?
Yeah, but I think we need to go further back than Greek letters. I'm thinking that you can go back, 100,000 years to just literally like these notches represent one thing that I gave you, and this helps me remember. I'm externalizing thought in a symbolic way.
Yeah.
Though it is still a cool question, like which doodle, which like graphical symbol has always meant what it means even to this day. The problem is there are a lot of old ones, like the swastika is super old. And if you look this question up, the spiral or a swastika is like super ancient, but what it has symbolized has certainly changed a lot and meant different things to different people at different times. So I kind of didn't include that one. I was really like, I want this to be so the same still.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
So I'm going with a notch.
absolute lol if your answer had been the swastika.
I know, when I saw that one,
absolute curveball.
I was like, oh, I hope that's not the answer.
Yeah, well, thankfully it isn't, because we've got little pebbles.
Oh, can I just say that?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Like, there's a good argument to be made that an arrow is quite old, because the arrow, meaning direction, would have come from the use of spears even before graphical language. So, and arrows have always meant a direction.
Yeah.
Look here, they draw attention, and that's very much what symbols do. They draw your attention to something else. And the arrow is trying to do that, even if it's drawing your attention to something else on the surface. So if you're looking for an actual shape you can draw, I think arrow.
I think you're probably
is
right.
pretty
Arrow.
good.
Yeah, arrow's got to be older than written language.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I like that a lot.
I don't know if any of this is correct, but it's hard to know because we're talking about prehistoric things.
Absolutely. Okay, here's another question from Sam, who asks, in a recent episode, you briefly mentioned hypnosis, but I was wondering, what causes hypnosis? Have you ever been hypnotized?
No, I haven't. I don't think I resist too much.
I resist too much as well. I did actually do an episode with the BBC where me and my co-host Adam Rutherford were hypnotized, and it didn't work on me, but it absolutely did work on him.
Yeah, and I believe it. I believe that it's a real thing.
I mean, the evidence is really strong that it properly works.
Yeah, it really does change your connection to like your own will.
Yeah.
And you do things, but you just don't know that you're doing them. It feels like you're being controlled.
But actually, you're sort of complicit. You're sort of playing along nonetheless. So the sort of best understanding of it is that it's like a focused state of attention, essentially. It's like you kind of reduce your peripheral awareness, you kind of heighten responsiveness to suggestion.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of multitasking, essentially.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
But you see this, you can hypnotize people and put them in brain scans, and you can see that they have, reduced activity in certain parts of their brain and then increased activity in other parts of their brain. There's sort of more communication between the brain's planner, as it were, the prefrontal cortex, and the part that tracks what's going on inside of your body, which, it might be one of the reasons why it's so effective for pain control, which it is.
Whatever it's doing is really fundamental to the concept, the experience of consciousness. Because, they found that you cannot hypnotize people to do things they wouldn't normally do. There's a wonderful study where they took like actual acid, and they demonstrated to people who were not hypnotized that this will hurt someone if this splashes on them. Then they hypnotized the people, did a magic switcheroo, and gave them just water. And then they said, when I say snap my fingers, you will throw this acid all over this researcher. And they wouldn't do it. Now, if they had done it, no one would have been hurt.
Because it was water.
Yeah, but significantly, even though the hypnotized person felt that they had no sense of will over their actions, some deeper part of them still did and was like, no.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I remember you saying, I think probably off camera, off microphone once, that you thought that consciousness was essentially our own body's ability to have a veto on our behavior.
Yeah.
I really like that idea.
And you lose that veto power when you're hypnotized.
Right.
You cannot say no to your unconscious. Your unconscious, or I think non-conscious is a better word to use, but it still can say no to stuff. It still will refuse to harm others, for example.
Yeah.
But you don't feel like you vetoed that instruction.
By the way, about 15% of people are highly hypnotizable.
Okay.
And about the same on the other end, about 15% of people are unhypnotizable.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone else in the middle is like moderately responsible.
Okay.
Responsive.
Suggestible.
I mean, they do say that it sort of works better on people who have better imaginations, that it's kind of a compliment to be able to get yourself in this state.
Sure.
I did try it for childbirth, actually.
Okay. What, to lessen the pain?
Yeah, so hypnobirthing, it's called.
It's called what?
Hypnobirthing.
Hypnobirthing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you do it essentially to yourself. You practice it for ages and ages before. And I definitely think that it would help to calm yourself, right? It would sort of like help you to get yourself into a much better mental state of mind. Because the thing is, when it comes to pain, especially, pain is not this objective fact. Much of pain is actually constructed within your own mind. mind.
Right.
There are really extensive experiments on this where you subject an individual to a sort of quantified amount of pain, right? Like a particular needle pressing at a particular point and a particular strength over and over again, and then change the environment that they find themselves in, change the mental state that they're in.
And their experience of it changes.
Completely changes, yeah. So, I mean, I think that there is free analgesia, as it were, to
All right. I have to do this and then come back. And plus, I'm glad I got up because I was starting to bust my back again. Shit.
tap into by harnessing the power of the mind.
So did it work?
Yeah, kind of. It definitely, yes, I would do it again.
Okay.
I definitely wouldn't say, oh yeah, it's a completely pain-free experience. No, it's like an earthquake in my soul.
Yeah.
But all the same, I would definitely do it again. Yeah. No, it's like,
okay.
I definitely kind of it. Harnessing. I think that there is a free analgesia, as it were, to tap into by finding a particular point and a particular strength over and over again, and then change the environment that they find themselves in, change the mental state that they're in,
and their experience of it changes.
Completely changes. Yeah. So I mean, I think that there is a free analgesia, as it were, to tap into by harnessing the power of the mind.
So did it work?
Yeah, kind of. It definitely, yes, I would do it again.
Okay.
I definitely wouldn't say, oh yeah, it's a completely pain-free experience. No, it's like an earthquake in my soul.
Yeah.
But all the same, I would definitely do it again. Yeah. Especially when you're doing something that has no side effects. Right? There is almost no medical interventions that have zero side effects.
Well, yeah,
whatsoever.
I've never met someone who was like, oh, I hypnotized myself too much and now I can't walk, right? Like,
doesn't happen.
But the altered states like that, I would need to learn so much more about because they are so important.
Yeah.
Automatic writing is another one. And the thing is, I can't get myself to do a lot of this. Even under ayahuasca, I couldn't let go. But the Ouija board too is one of these, like, people kind of get into a state where they disconnect their actions from their sense of will.
Absolutely love that you just dropped in that you were on ayahuasca once during that conversation. Okay, last question. This is from Caden. Is nothing a thing?
Is nothing a thing? I'd love to hear what you think about this too. I mean, I think that the word causes a lot of confusion because you've got like two types of nothing. You've got nothing, the pronoun, which refers to no thing. For example, in the sentence, nothing is better than God. Okay, I'm saying there is not a thing that is better than God. But then there's the reified nothing, where you treat it like it's its own noun. In the sentence like, well, look, a ham sandwich is better than nothing. Now, we know those two uses of nothing are different because if nothing is better than God, so nothing is better than God, and a ham sandwich is better than nothing, then a ham sandwich is better than God.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's no thing better than God, and a ham sandwich is better than a set that's empty.
Yeah.
which is a reified, a made into a thing.
It's the difference of defining something as the absence of something and
the absence itself.
Right.
But that conceptual leap from no things to what if we called no things nothing?
Mm-hmm.
Then you can start building and having nothing, but also the container I've put it in. And then I can have a different container of nothing. And suddenly you're constructing numbers from nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the Van Neumann set theoretical way of constructing all of the cardinals.
All of the numbers above. Yeah. Hey, look, we did 3 parts on infinity. You think you're getting away with us talking about zeros, that it's one part of a question and one part of a field? No, it's absolutely not.
No.
We're coming back to that. I think, though, the short answer is I think that no thing is obviously a thing because it's defined in relation to the absence of a thing. But nothing, as in sort of the absence of anything, the absence itself, I think it is only hypothetical. I think you can't ever actually have it.
I agree. Yeah.
In the same way as I think circles. Though the short answer is I think we did 3 parts.
But also the container I've put it in. And then I can have a different container of nothing. And suddenly you're constructing numbers from nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the Van Neumann set theoretical way of constructing all of the cardinals.
All of the numbers above. Yeah. Hey, look, we did 3 parts on infinity. You think you're getting away with us talking about zeros, that it's one part of a question and one part of a field? No, it's absolutely not.
No.
We're coming back to that. I think, though, the short answer is I think that no thing is obviously a thing because it's defined in relation to the absence of a thing. But nothing, as in sort of the absence of anything, the absence itself, I think it is only hypothetical. I think you can't ever actually have it.
I agree. Yeah.
In the same way as I think circles are only hypothetical.
Yeah, we can imagine a circle. We can imagine nothing, but there will never be a circle.
There's no perfect circle.
No perfect circle, and there's no complete nothing.
Yeah. And maybe no infinity either. Maybe nothing is real. Maybe no thing is real. Maybe, I'm not sure.
maybe there's no 0 and there's no infinity, and there's also no 7. That should be its own belief system. I'd like that one.
It certainly should. Well, okay. Thank you so much for joining us on this episode of The Rest is Science. As ever, you can send us your questions, therestiscience@goalhanger.com.
And we'll see you next time.
Certainly will.
She said certainly, but it sounded like Sally. The subtitles.
Imagine that you and I are on a mission to fall into a black hole.
It's not just so. Initially,
Imagine that you and I are on a mission to fall into a black hole.
It's a bit nasty around these things. You cease to stay together.
We're one long string of atoms? Well, what are we?
Yeah, and then the atoms get separated.
If a black hole will one day end up as nothing, the normal vacuum of space, what happened to you and me? What happened to all of that stuff?
I mean, this is the central question. The laws of nature are quite clear on this. So that's what bothered everybody for a very long time.
What happened? What's the end of the story?
So what happens?
I'm so excited about this. The video you're about to watch is a deep dive into the cutting edge research happening right now about black holes. It's awesome. It's the extended cut of an interview that I did with famous physicist Dr. Brian Cox for a shorter Huge If True episode all about what would actually happen if you fell into a black hole. That episode
Me va a pedir suscribir. Infinity Plus. Danton. La vida de Galileo.
Os pongo ante una situación, descubrimiento científico, y esto es un poco opinión, ¿eh? Esto aquí, evidentemente aquí no vamos a tener la verdad absoluta, que también sería una buena pregunta. ¿Existe la verdad absoluta? Bueno, que da para otro podcast. ¿Qué es más valuoso? ¿Un descubrimiento científico que cambia nuestras vidas o un argumento filosófico que cambia cómo pensamos? Enrique.
No, es que no sé cómo comparar el valor de esas dos cosas, ¿no? O sea, un descubrimiento científico que cambie cómo vivimos.
Nuestras vidas.
Que cambie nuestras vidas a mejor, supongo. La bomba atómica.
Bueno, pero el nuclear, por ejemplo, ha dado luz a muchas casas.
Claro, una cosa es ¿no? el bienestar, ¿no? Estoy asumiendo, ¿no? El bienestar. Y otra cosa podría ser, pues, ostras, que aumente la comprensión de uno mismo y tal. Es que yo creo que son dos escalas diferentes. O sea, si yo tuviera que quedarme con una de las dos, me quedaría con la filosófica, pero quizá por defecto de profesión. Entonces, no sé si...
¿Te interesa?
Claro, es lo que me interesa a mí, ¿no?
¿Y tú qué dirías, Javi?
Te digo que es el alcalde.
El alcalde.
¿Quién será? Rajoy, M. Rajoy. ¿Quién será? ¿Quién será?
Qué gran frase esa. Es el alcalde.
Bueno, qué grandes frases, porque él también es un poco filósofo, ¿no? Mariano Rajoy, hombre, de la vida, ¿eh?
De estos que son complejos de entender y de interpretar.
O sea, que a día de hoy una interpretación
habría
abiertas.
Una escuela, habría 3 escuelas de qué estaba intentando decir el maestro aquí.
Que, respondiendo a la pregunta.
Si a ti te tira más defecto de profesión.
Vuelvo a lo de antes, que al final son lo mismo. Ciencia y filosofía. En el sentido en que, por lo menos, la aproximación.
¿Cuántas herejías hoy? Estás muy hereje, ¿eh?
En la aproximación que yo quiero a partir de ahora aplicar. Realmente.
¿Hace 10 años hubieras dicho esto?
No, obviamente no. De hecho, Hawking despreciaba la filosofía. Tiene frases de la filosofía está muerta y no sirve para nada. Que era mi maestro Hawking. Yo me crié con esos libros. Entonces, imagínate lo que yo pensaba de la filosofía hace 10 años. Pero, obviamente, pues uno va también madurando, pensando otras cosas y viviendo, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, y respondiendo a la pregunta, es que claro, lo que te digo, ¿no? O sea, son... al final, para mí es lo mismo, o sea... Creo que he dicho una mierda.
No, coño, es lo mismo, porque para ti, tú estás otra vez con Da Vinci, ¿no?
Sí.
Nos quieres separar ya
Sí,
lo que es el pensamiento científico del pensamiento filosófico.
Sí.
Sino que los quieres englobar en una gran bolsa en el que todo está mezclado.
Sí. Porque creo que
eso sería un poco... Pero eso sería reiniciar cómo la sociedad moderna actual está formada, porque estamos en una sociedad ultra mega especificada. En todos los sentidos, o sea, en todos. Desde qué expectativas hay de nosotros, hay una expectativa o dos, que hagamos estudios, lo que nos dé, y que tengamos un trabajo, que tengamos una familia, todo muy específico, no estamos en...
¿Sí? Entre lo que es la ciencia del momento, estaba como convencer al Papa Urbano del heliocentrismo y tal, y a Urbano le interesaba mucho todo este tema, etcétera, pero él era más como de la antigua escuela, ¿no?
Imagine that you and I are on...
La historia de uno de los grandes visionarios científicos, un hombre que le tocó defender la verdad en contra de la organización más poderosa de su época, la Iglesia Católica. ¿Quién fue? Galileo Galilei.
Right.
Arrancamos con otro episodio del podcast que resume libros bibliotequeando. Como siempre les habla su anfitrión Ricardo Lugo, @bibliotequeando en las redes, donde pueden tener acceso a mi contenido, distintos temas que discuto en las lecturas, y siempre se pueden conectar conmigo ahí, sugerirme el siguiente libro para el siguiente episodio y mucho más. También se pueden suscribir al blog, donde analizo y escribo artículos de distintos temas, suscribirse al canal de YouTube y seguir apoyando el podcast como siempre, compartiéndolo y 5 estrellas. El libro que les traigo hoy es un poco diferente porque es una biografía. La autora es Patricia Brennan DeMuth, pero Patricia es una escritora de libros para niños específicamente. Lo que sucedió fue que hubo una serie en inglés publicada por la editorial Pingüino en Estados Unidos. que habla solamente de distintos personajes o sucesos en la historia, biografías muy sencillas, alrededor de 1 hora cada libro, porque están orientadas para niños o digamos jóvenes adolescentes. Y en ese proceso, no sé si fue con esa intención, pero crearon una serie de muchos libros que cuentan la historia de estos grandes personajes de una manera muy humana, porque no tienen un ángulo político, no tienen un ángulo ideológico, simplemente cuentan cómo son las cosas, quizás menos complicadas, y me gustó. Yo he mirado mucho a Galileo, ya van a ver por qué específicamente, pero la vida de él fue muy complicada y me gustó la manera tan sencilla en la cual este libro contó su historia. Y me gustó tanto que empecé a leer más de esta serie, terminé leyendo como 9, 10 libros, hablan de distintos personajes. En la encuesta de este episodio pueden votar si quieren ver más episodios como este, sí o no. Pero decidí Galileo porque es uno de los más populares de la serie y porque es uno, como mencioné, de los personajes que más yo respeto. Pero solamente 70% de lo que voy a mencionar viene del libro de Patricia Brennan de Muth, porque hay cosas que sí, hay detalles que son importantes agregar que no lo cuenta la biografía, o digamos que no le explica en detalle, porque están contándolo para una demográfica mucho más joven, mucho más vulnerable en este punto de su vida. Así que empecemos con el resumen de la biografía de lo que para muchos es el padre de la ciencia, Galileo Galilei. Galileo Galilei nace el 15 de febrero en 1564 en medio del Renacimiento en Pisa, Italia, pero es importante entender que Italia no es lo que tú y yo conocemos hoy en día. Hablamos sobre esto en el resumen del Príncipe de Maquiavelo. No porque estés en Italia significa que seas parte o estás expuesto necesariamente al Renacimiento como tal, porque en esta época Italia es un grupo de ciudades-estado. Cada ciudad-estado estaba compuesta por una ciudad capital y aldeas más pequeñas alrededor, y cada estado tenía su propio gobernante, su propio gobierno. Las 3 ciudades-estados capitales más importantes de Italia, que estaban muy divididas en esta época, eran Venecia, Florencia y Roma. Venecia siendo el lugar comerciante, Florencia el renacimiento artístico, también muy poderoso en cuanto a la ciencia y la innovación, y Roma el lugar, digamos, gubernamental con el Papa y la Iglesia Católica. Y esto es relevante porque Pisa está muy cerca de Florencia. A Galileo lo va a ayudar muchísimo el estar tan próximo, tan cercano al centro de la innovación del mundo en la época. Hoy en día la ciudad es principalmente conocida por la torre inclinada de Pisa, que por cierto, dato curioso, no es construida de esa manera intencionalmente. Mucha gente cree, debido al Renacimiento y todas estas esculturas, todas estas obras, que fue construida así artísticamente. En verdad fue un error de construcción. Ellos terminaron los primeros 3 pisos de la torre. Se dieron cuenta que estaba muy inclinada y pararon la construcción. Hubo otras razones, también se les acabó el dinero, conflictos militares, pero pararon la construcción. Entonces en el siglo XII. Y no vuelve a arrancar la construcción como hasta unos 200 años después. Cuando vuelven a arrancar, ya otra generación por supuesto, se dan cuenta de que ese terreno que era de arcilla, de arena, era muy inestable con una base de mármol, de repente se estabilizó, se asentó, y eso permitió que la torre se pudiera terminar. Se cree que si se hubiese continuado esa construcción 200 años antes, la torre probablemente se hubiese derrumbado. Un dato curioso en la historia. Pero volviendo a Galileo, que siempre lo vamos a conseguir normalmente en las enciclopedias con el primer nombre solamente, como se le hacía a los ciudadanos de esa Italia tan famosa, Miguel Ángel, Donatello, Da Vinci, en verdad ni siquiera es su apellido, Leonardo da Vinci es donde él venía, el pueblo. Entonces siempre se utilizaba el primer nombre y todavía se hace de esa manera para Galileo. Él nace en esta época del Renacimiento, el descubrimiento está en el aire, Europa tiene un renovado interés en las artes y las ciencias, lo habían perdido durante la época medieval. Distintos historiadores argumentan que el Renacimiento todavía es parte de la época medieval, otros están en desacuerdo, pero el punto es que él está en este mundo y su padre es una de las personas cerca de Florencia que está muy interesada en el mundo de las artes, porque él es un músico bastante talentoso, pero muy inteligente, muy teórico. De hecho, escribió muchos libros sobre la teoría musical, y muchos de esos libros eran muy radicales, tenían nuevas ideas, se salían de las normas de la música, y esos viejos maestros, los que saben, por decirlo así, la vieja escuela, no le gustaban ese tipo de cambios, y censuraron los libros que Vicencio Galilei había publicado. Vicencio famosamente logró imprimir clandestinamente varios de sus libros, y él escribió que deseo que se le permita cuestionar libremente a cualquier persona en busca de la verdad. Un mensaje que por supuesto el joven Galileo escucha, aprende, y años más tarde le va a tocar decidir a él entre la libertad de cuestionar o hacerle caso al sistema. Entonces Galileo, a pesar de ser un hombre de la ciencia, un hombre científico como lo conocemos hoy en día, él tiene una infancia muy artística. Y entre ese mundo del arte, la música, él aprende a dibujar en perspectiva, en espacio tridimensional. Él practicó dibujando objetos, frutas, cosas que estaban en su casa, las colocaba una tras de la otra y buscaba dibujar exactamente en la misma escala de una manera que el que estuviera viendo esa obra pudiera ver exactamente cómo estaban colocados los objetos. Esa habilidad artística a Galileo le va a ser muy útil más adelante con sus descubrimientos astronómicos. Cuando Galileo tenía 8 años, su familia se mudó a Florencia porque Vincencio consiguió un trabajo en la academia musical, iba a estar haciendo lo que le gustaba y todos decidieron mudarse. Y en el proceso, el padre inscribe a Galileo en un monasterio para que estudiara religión. Vincencio en verdad dice que la principal razón por la cual lo inscribió fue para que él no terminara como un músico o como un artista como él, porque eso no pagaba bien. Suena como cualquier padre en cualquier época de la historia. Así que Galileo terminó estudiando principalmente religión y le gustó, le interesó tanto que decidió hacerse monje. Esa idea horrorizó a su padre porque Galileo era el hijo mayor, era el hombre de la familia, el futuro hombre de la familia. Se esperaba que Galileo algún día mantuviera económicamente a la familia y ser monje no daba dinero. Estar involucrado en la iglesia, por supuesto, daba dinero, pero no a ese nivel ideológico, por decirlo así. Por lo tanto, el padre decide: Galileo, te voy a sacar de ese monasterio. Así que Galileo ahora tiene más opciones profesionales y su padre lo inscribe, lo matricula en la Universidad de Pisa, en su ciudad natal, de regreso, para que estudiara medicina, una carrera también bien pagada, bien respetada. Y eso es lo que Galileo hace, o empieza a hacer, mejor dicho. Pero Galileo, un hombre interesante, él lo cuestionaba todo. Su servidor aquí, que le está narrando este resumen, también es así, pero sin la inteligencia. Pero Galileo siempre estaba cuestionando todo lo que sus profesores le enseñaban, todo lo que sus amigos decían que consideraban normal, al punto que en la clase lo apodaron con el nombre el pendenciero, una palabra ya muy poco utilizada, pero básicamente el buscapleito, la persona que siempre está en conflicto, ese tipo de ser humano era Galileo Galilei. Al punto que los profesores, que no estaban para nada acostumbrados a ser cuestionados, interrogados por un niño de 17, 18 años, empezaron a odiar a Galileo y se empieza a crear esta fama de alguien que cuestiona mucho las cosas, pero más relevante para su historia, un hombre que crea enemigos muy fácilmente. Y un perfecto ejemplo de esto es el primer gran experimento que realizó Galileo cuando apenas tenía 19 años, que vino en parte por casualidad. Él estaba sentado en la catedral de Pisa, en la iglesia, y de repente mira hacia arriba y ve que hay un monje reemplazando un candelabro que estaba colgando del techo con una cadena única, y las velas estaban debajo. Este monje estaba reemplazando algunas de esas velas y en ese proceso el monje empuja el candelabro. Cuando él ve ese candelabro balanceándose de ida y vuelta, él sospecha que hay algo extraño sucediendo en cuanto al tiempo que le tarda de llegar de punto A a punto B. Entonces Galileo, que sabía esto por su entrenamiento médico, él sabe que puede medir el tiempo con su pulso, así que colocó su dedo en su muñeca, empezó a medir su pulso y a contar el tiempo que tardaba el candelabro de balancearse de un extremo al otro. Y efectivamente se dio cuenta de la ley del péndulo, una de las leyes más famosas de Galileo, que el objeto, la oscilación de ese objeto depende principalmente de la longitud del péndulo, no de cuánto se moviera. En otras palabras, no importa qué tan lejos se movía el candelabro, siempre tardaba lo mismo, siempre oscilaba lo mismo, independientemente de la distancia que tuviera que cubrir. Eso más adelante, digamos que lo que importa de esa historia es que más adelante permite a Isaac Newton descubrir la ley de la gravedad. Pero para mí personalmente esta historia es relevante porque aquí es que empieza el método científico. En esta época la gente no hace experimentos, ni siquiera los científicos hacen experimentos para probar sus ideas. Todo el mundo saca sus teorías basado en lo que ellos piensan, pero nadie está con este concepto de experimentar. Galileo les avisa a todos ellos: ustedes no tienen teorías, lo que tienen son hipótesis, tienen que comprobarlas. Y hoy en día así funciona el mundo, menos mal, con el método científico. Todas las organizaciones entienden de que tú puedes tener una teoría y puede tener sentido y la puedes hasta cierto punto comprobar en papel, pero tiene que pasar primero en la vida real para yo saber si es verdad o no. Tienes que poder predecir el futuro. Yo puedo decir, Galileo puede decir, este candelabro se va a mover X.
El detalle que si lo dejas ahí se llena de nieve. Wow, qué increíble, man. Holy shit.
Cantidad de veces basado en estos factores, y eso va a pasar así 100% de las veces. Por eso que la física es la verdadera y única ciencia. Menos mal que muchas personas, por ejemplo las organizaciones,
tengo que So what I'm gonna do is abrirlo acá en YouTube. Pero ¿cómo se
nacionales
dice?
de
What the fuck?
distintos países de nutrición saben esto. Tú no puedes sacar un nuevo producto real para yo saber si es verdad o no. Tienes que poder predecir el futuro.
And then I'm gonna close this. Hold on. Oof, sweet. It's nearing the end. $13.5. Anyway, I want a custom. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking this narration. Pero creo que no me voy a poder concentrar, man. So let's do this first, ¿no? Vamos a ver.
Open quote. I've already wasted my gift, my health, my time.
I'm gonna close this too.
Yo puedo decir, Galileo puede decir, este candelabro se va a mover X cantidad de veces basado en estos factores. Y eso va a pasar así 100% de las veces. Por eso que la física es la verdadera y única ciencia. Menos mal que muchas personas, por ejemplo, las organizaciones nacionales de distintos países de nutrición, saben esto. Tú no puedes sacar un nuevo producto de comida al mercado a menos que esté aprobado por la organización de ese país. ¿Y qué es lo que te pide esa organización? Que compruebes que ese producto de comida, esa mezcla de esos químicos, si no se ha hecho antes, es sano para la población. ¿Y cómo lo compruebas? Bueno, tienes que lanzarlo. Tienes que hacer un experimento con X cantidad de personas, un grupo de control, un grupo de experimento, etcétera, etcétera, y ver cuáles son los resultados. Funciona igual para las vacunas, para la medicina. Tienes que probarlo primero y después sabemos si tu teoría es verdad o no. En esta época están los doctores, cuando tú te enfermabas, los doctores literalmente te inyectaban en las venas y te sacaban la sangre. No te daban medicina, simplemente te sacaban la sangre porque se creía que al salir la sangre tú te curabas de los males que tenías adentro. Y Galileo hubiese dicho, ¿dónde está la evidencia de que eso es verdad o no? Así que Galileo está estudiando medicina y un día por curiosidad asistió a una clase de matemática y hasta ahí llegó la medicina. Se enamoró de los números, se enamoró de la matemática, dejó por completo la carrera. Después de 4 años en Pisa, en la universidad, dejó la universidad sin ningún tipo de título. Así que regresa a casa sin título universitario, el padre muy feliz, como se pueden imaginar. Y Galileo le tocó enseñar matemáticas a varios estudiantes de manera privada, tutoría básicamente. Con eso se podía meter un poco de dinero, empezó a dar conferencias públicas, empezó a crear una marca de un hombre muy inteligente, sin título universitario, pero muy inteligente. Y empezó a hacer investigaciones de donde, cómo es que las cosas flotan en el agua, cómo es que las cascadas se rompen, todas estas cosas, y eventualmente hace un descubrimiento muy valioso hasta hoy en día, pero para la época más aún, que podía una bomba de energía que podía tomar el agua desde los ríos y ayudar que fuera regada en los cultivos. Una herramienta, un invento para los agricultores. Esto le dio muchísima fama, además escribió su primer libro, La Pequeña Balanza, y con esto, las vueltas que da en la vida, la Universidad de Pisa le ofrece a Galileo un trabajo como profesor de matemáticas en la universidad que él nunca se graduó. Entonces él nunca se graduó aquí, pero sí enseña, y viene una etapa muy famosa en su vida, que es su etapa de profesor rebelde. Esta época de profesor rebelde le trajo a él problemas menores y problemas mayores. En la universidad se le obligaba a él a utilizar una larga toga negra, porque eso es lo que se esperaba de los profesores. Tenían que tener una túnica adecuada, era un cargo con estatus social, entonces todos los profesores tenían que vestirse parecido a un juez hoy en día. Y Galileo le dice a la universidad, ustedes todos se ven como unos estúpidos con esa toga, ni se molesten en enviármela, yo no me la voy a poner. Y la universidad le dice, te vamos a bajar el sueldo si no te pones esa toga. Y Galileo, no me interesa, bájeme el sueldo, no me la voy a poner. Como pueden ver, un hombre que no le daba miedo ser conflictivo con los demás y muy seguro de sus propias ideas. Pero eso son cosas pequeñas, que por supuesto ayudaron a crear enemigos. Y más adelante vinieron las cosas más fuertes. Él empieza a chocar, a cuestionar las enseñanzas de Aristóteles. Y Aristóteles no se cuestionaba en esta época. Todas las enseñanzas en las universidades se basaban mucho en él. Era el hombre más respetado de la ciencia y llevaba 2000 años. Europa llevaba leyendo todas las cosas de Aristóteles y creyéndoselas. Por ejemplo, Aristóteles decía que los objetos pesados, las cosas pesadas, caen más rápido que las ligeras. Muy intuitivo, un martillo va a caer más rápido que una pluma, lo que uno piensa, hasta que Galileo dice, yo creo que eso es mentira, porque yo he estado en tormentas de granizo y he visto granizos de diferentes tamaños caer al suelo al mismo tiempo. Yo creo que todos los objetos caen a la misma velocidad. No sé cómo, pero lo voy a comprobar. Se lo dijo a los profesores de la universidad, nadie le creyó, como mencioné, ya tenía enemigos por distintas razones, y él dijo, bueno, vengan conmigo, vamos para la cima de la torre inclinada de Pisa. Yo me llevo una bola de cañón de 5 kilos y ustedes se llevan una bola de plomo de medio kilo, la lanzamos las dos al mismo tiempo, vamos a ver qué pasa. Los profesores dicen que sí, van para encima de la torre Pisa, lanzan las dos bolas y efectivamente caen casi exactamente en el mismo momento porque el aire frenó ligeramente la bola más ligera. Que es básicamente la teoría, que en ausencia de las fuerzas adicionales, como la resistencia del aire, dos objetos de diferente peso, pero lanzados desde la misma altura, van a caer al suelo exactamente al mismo tiempo. Algo que no es muy intuitivo para nosotros. Los científicos empezaron poco a poco a creer en esto. En la época seguían desafiando a Galileo, seguían creyendo que estaba un poquito fuera del molde. Pero hasta los mismos astronautas en 1972, ya en la misión del Apolo 15, ellos deciden, ¿saben qué? Tenemos la oportunidad de no desafiar a Galileo, pero comprobar si Galileo tenía razón o no. Porque ahora en la Luna, a donde vamos a ir, ahí no hay resistencia al aire. Entonces si nos llevamos algo pesado y algo liviano, podemos darnos cuenta en verdad si Galileo tenía razón o no. Así que estos dos astronautas, David Scott y Jim Irwin, se llevaron un martillo y una pluma. Cuando llegaron a la Luna, lanzaron dejaron caer, mejor dicho, ambos objetos al mismo tiempo y efectivamente cayeron en el suelo al mismo tiempo. En el sonido, en la comunicación de estos astronautas a la NASA, en la central en Houston, se escucha la frase: 370 años después, esto prueba que el señor Galileo tenía razón. Así que Galileo pasa su vida desafiando a muchos de estos grandes pensadores. En 1591 él tenía un contrato de 3 años con la universidad como profesor. Se le estaba acabando el contrato y él sabía, yo no me pongo la ropa que es, yo estoy para ellos, no lo estaba haciendo, simplemente estaba desafiando científicamente, pero en la mente de los otros profesores él estaba insultando a Aristóteles, por lo tanto él sabía que lo iban a votar o no le iban a renovar el contrato, así que él decidió renunciar. Pero mal momento para renunciar, personalmente para él. Su padre se había muerto recientemente, ahora su mamá, sus 2 hermanas menores y su hermano, son 4 personas en total que ahora él tiene que mantener financieramente. Y necesitaba un milagro que le llegó. La Universidad de Padua, muy cerca de Venecia, le ofrece un contrato a Galileo para enseñar matemáticas y lo mejor de todo, no solamente va a enseñar lo que le gusta, sino que esta universidad tiene un lema de un lugar de libre pensamiento. Aquí no le van a importar lo que él diga, está libre él de desafiar. Así que él aceptó sin pensar esa oferta y se fue caminando desde Pisa hasta Padua, porque no tenía dinero para ir de otra manera. Son 160 kilómetros. Caminando. Para que tengan una idea, los que me escuchan, yo sé que mucha gente de Colombia, Argentina, México me escucha, 126 kilómetros, que es menos, por supuesto que 160 es la distancia entre Barranquilla y Cartagena, entre Puebla y Ciudad de México más o menos lo mismo, Buenos Aires a Rosario, es el doble, digamos, mitad de camino de Buenos Aires a Rosario, eso es lo que él caminó en ese momento, en esa época, un momento duro para él, que él siempre recordó con bastante dolor emocional por la muerte de su padre y por el poco dinero que él tenía. Y aquí comienza una de las épocas más felices de Galileo. En esa universidad de Padua él asciende al jefe de departamento de matemáticas. Ese puesto fue suyo por los siguientes 18 años, pudo cuestionar, pudo pensar libremente. Su nombre empezó a agarrar fama, las familias nobles de toda Europa empezaron a mandar a sus hijos a estudiar en esta universidad.
clutch, flywheel, intercooler, no, too much. Oops. Street clutch. I think, yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then remove this, or lower it. Perfect. No. Caminari. Stock, none. Okay. $271. No creo que llegue, but we'll see. Soft. Alright, let's test it out. 271. Braking distance. A ver ahí. So it's street? Yeah, but okay.
De a las clases de Galileo específicamente. Entonces cuando estos nobles que venían de familias muy influyentes regresaban a casa, traían noticias de las ideas de Galileo como persona y su reputación empezó a crecer, su marca empezó a explotar en esta época. Al mismo tiempo, de manera personal tuvo un momento complicado porque él se enamora de una mujer, Marina Gamba, pero era de clase social baja. Galileo, por supuesto, ya era un noble. Él no se podía casar con ella, la cultura de la época además le exigía a los profesores que se permanecieran solteros, se dedicaran a su trabajo, que estuvieran casados con el trabajo. Entonces Galileo, complicado por razones ideológicas, razones sociales, nunca se casó con ella, tuvo hijos ilegítimamente con ella, 3 hijos, pero nunca se casaron. Eventualmente Marina se cansó y se casó con otro hombre. Y aunque Galileo disfrutó mucho de estos años profesionalmente, él casi muere en esta ciudad. Un día tuvo una historia muy extraña. Él estaba en una habitación muy cerca de una cueva de una montaña cercana con 2 de sus amigos, y de alguna manera desde esa cueva había un gas venenoso que penetró el aire, las tuberías, los ductos de este cuarto, y los 3 hombres cayeron enfermos. Al día siguiente murió uno de sus amigos y a los 4 o 5 días murió el otro. Galileo milagrosamente sobrevive, pero la mala salud lo perturbó por el resto de su vida. Hay reportes de él estando en la cama durante semanas seguidas después de este suceso. Muy extraño, no se sabe exactamente qué fue lo que sucedió. Pero más adelante, él continúa con sus ganas, a pesar de esta enfermedad, él continúa con sus ganas de seguir innovando, seguir creando. Inventa el compás geométrico, inventa el compás militar, inventa el primer termómetro. Por primera vez en la historia la gente podía medir la temperatura del aire. Solamente la gente sabía si había calor o frío, pero no sabían exactamente cuál era la temperatura. Empezó a trabajar en otras teorías. Él sabía que los objetos se aceleran al caer. Él lo podía ver con sus ojos, que las cosas parecían que cogían velocidad mientras iban cayendo, pero no sabía exactamente cuánta velocidad agarraban o en cuánto tiempo exactamente. Así que él decidió construir una pendiente con una tabla, una rampa, básicamente. Imagínense si han jugado bowling, tú lanzas la pelota de bowling y después se te devuelve por esa máquina y sale del hueco y cae en una rampa bastante corta. Bueno, eso fue lo que él construyó básicamente, esa misma rampa, ese pedazo. Imagínense que alrededor de esa rampa hay 3 anillos, uno al principio, uno en el medio y otro al final, de tal manera que la pelota de bowling va a bajar en medio, va a cruzar, a atravesar los 3 anillos. Y Galileo lo que hizo fue que le colocó una campana a cada uno de esos anillos. Entonces él va a escuchar cuando la pelota cruce cada anillo. Él sabe la distancia que hay entre anillo y anillo, y así él puede medir la velocidad con la que caía la pelota en una distancia específica. Así que él pudo medir la velocidad de esta pelota, no la de bowling por supuesto, pero una pelota, el equivalente. Y se dio cuenta que la pelota bajaba con una velocidad a razón de 1, 3, 5 y 7. En otras palabras, el objeto cae y en ese primer segundo va a recorrer una distancia determinada. Tú puedes predecir ahora cuánta distancia va a recorrer en el siguiente segundo multiplicando por 3, y en el siguiente segundo multiplicando por 5, y en el siguiente segundo multiplicando por 7. Y esa es la regla de los números impares que determina Galileo, que también va en contra de lo que enseñó Aristóteles. Así que Galileo sigue desafiando, sigue haciendo sus experimentos. Está en el año 1609, tiene 45 años y le llegan noticias muy interesantes. Se había inventado un anteojo, algo que hacía que las cosas lejanas parecieran más cerca. Galileo no lo sabía todavía, pero ese pequeño anteojo cambiaría su vida por completo. Eventualmente consigue físicamente uno de esos anteojos, analiza la tecnología y en una manera de muy de Galileo, él dice: yo puedo hacer esto mejor. Así que empezó a hacer sus propios anteojos y en vez de aumentar las cosas 2-3 veces su tamaño, que era la tecnología que existía, él pudo aumentarla 10 veces. La gente quedó maravillada con su invento. Él viajó a Venecia, se lo mostró a los senadores, a la gente importante que gobernaba la ciudad, y la gente quedó impresionada. La gente se ponía a ver en alta mar y podían ver los barcos que las personas se tardaban 2 o 3 horas en poder ver con sus propios ojos. Entonces los senadores dijeron: denle a Galileo todo este dinero, denle un aumento de sueldo, un contrato vitalicio en la Universidad de Padua. En parte también Galileo fue inteligente políticamente, les regaló a esos senadores esos anteojos para que se quedaran felices. Pero Galileo nunca estuvo satisfecho, él siguió trabajando en la tecnología y consiguió hacer que ese anteojo pudiera aumentar el tamaño de las cosas o hacer las cosas más cerca, unas 20-30 veces más poderosas que el ojo humano. En otras palabras, inventó el telescopio. Y al darse cuenta de su poder, él decidió que llegó el momento de orientar el telescopio hacia el cielo. Y aquí empieza esta época de astrónomo de Galileo. Él empieza a estudiar a la luna. Todo el mundo en ese momento pensaba que la luna era perfectamente lisa porque Aristóteles había dicho eso, y Aristóteles, ¿quién lo va a desafiar? Solamente Galileo. Y él se dio cuenta, por supuesto, que no era así. La luna tenía montañas, valles, cráteres, y se recuerdan que él de joven sabía dibujar. Bueno, esa habilidad le sirvió aquí. Él dibuja unos bocetos muy detallados de cómo era la luna. Es la primera interpretación artística, o científica mejor dicho, de la realidad de la luna. Un boceto que hoy en día vale muchísimo dinero. Si eres millonario lo puedes comprar, pero uno de los libros o dibujos más importantes de la historia. Sigue haciendo descubrimientos, descubre que Júpiter tiene 4 lunas, mira el espacio y él se da cuenta que tiene información que nadie había tenido en la historia. Entonces decide escribir un libro y lo llamó El Mensajero Estrellado. Un libro que hizo a Galileo muy famoso. Imagínense la curiosidad de las personas queriendo saber cómo es el espacio. Dos mundos totalmente separados. Entonces Galileo, buscando favores políticos, lo voy a decir de una manera muy coloquial, cada quien tiene su expresión, en Venezuela decimos jalar bola, pero él básicamente escribió las 4 lunas esas de Júpiter y les puso el nombre de los Medici, esa famosa familia, esos mecenas ricos de la época, buscando que la familia lo contratara a él. Y por supuesto sucedió. Le funcionó el truco, los Medici lo contratan y ahora Galileo es totalmente libre financieramente e intelectualmente. Y ahí él deja Padua y se regresa a Florencia. Así que la vida es bella para Galileo. Ahora es rico, tiene estatus social, amigo de los Medici, todo el mundo lo respeta, es una celebridad, ya no tiene que enseñar en la universidad, ahora es libre de dedicar todo su tiempo a la investigación. Pero como dice esa frase, cuidado con la gente que pisoteas en el camino hacia arriba, que te lo vas a encontrar en el camino hacia abajo. Todos esos enemigos que él hizo no salieron gratis. Los partidarios de Aristóteles pasaron al ataque. Dijeron que Galileo era un fraude, que haría cualquier cosa para llamar la atención. Galileo escuchaba estas críticas, pero no prestaba mucha atención, continuó con su ciencia, y un día él apuntó su telescopio al planeta Venus. Durante varias noches él observó a Venus pasar por varias fases, empieza a dibujarlo en los mismos bocetos y se da cuenta como el brillo del planeta estaba cambiando. A veces había una franja de luz a medio orbe, luego había una franja de luz a orbe completo. Su única conclusión lógica, él dice, bueno, debe ser que Venus está orbitando alrededor del Sol y reflejando su luz. Y si eso es así, la única conclusión posible es que si Venus está orbitando alrededor del Sol, nosotros también. Y aquí quiero hacer una ligera pausa porque creo que esto es muy importante. Creo que todos sabemos el impacto social, científico, de entender que ahora es el Sol el centro del universo y no el planeta Tierra. Pero hay que entender, especialmente porque estamos hablando de la biografía de Galileo, el impacto emocional o político que esto significó para él. Recordemos que desde el principio él viene atacando a Aristóteles, no atacando, desafiando, y con evidencia mostrando que varias teorías de Aristóteles estaban incorrectas. Y esta teoría de que la Tierra está absolutamente quieta en el centro del universo también es de Aristóteles. Y en medio de todos estos ataques, de esta propaganda política, de estos partidarios de Aristóteles que están criticando a Galileo, que tienen mucha influencia en la sociedad, en medio de todo eso, Galileo aún así tuvo la integridad, la decencia, el valor de ir en contra de Aristóteles una vez más, no por atacarlo, simplemente porque él tenía la evidencia, él sabía que tenía la razón, y no tenía por qué esconderse detrás de nada. Y además, él dice, pero tiempo, recordemos que hubo alguien más que ya dijo esto. Unos 20 años antes de que Galileo naciera, Nicolás Copérnico tuvo la idea correcta de que el Sol era el centro del universo y los planetas, incluyendo nosotros, la Tierra, giraba a su alrededor. pero él siempre mantuvo eso en secreto, porque la Iglesia Católica no quería, o mejor dicho, no estaba de acuerdo con esa idea. La razón era ideológica, teológica. Dios es lo más importante, Dios creó al hombre en su imagen y semejanza, que la Tierra sea el centro del universo se alinea, ¿no?, con esa idea. Si la Tierra de repente pasa a ser un planeta más y el centro es otra cosa, pierde un poco el poder. Esa idea así lo veía por lo menos la Iglesia en ese momento. Por lo tanto, Copérnico, que sabía esto, nunca publicó su teoría en vida. En su lecho de muerte, él, con gente de confianza, que ya sabían la teoría que él tenía, él les dejó instrucciones para que publicaran esta teoría después de él morir. Por lo tanto, la teoría se sabía en ciertos círculos, que sabían que hay un Nicolás Copérnico que ya habló de que el Sol es el centro del universo, pero no era aceptada. Él no estaba en vida para defenderlo. Así que Galileo básicamente se mira a él mismo en el espejo y se da cuenta, me toca a mí. Aún así, algo un poco olvidado en la historia, la Iglesia Católica aprobó los descubrimientos de Galileo sobre los cielos en su momento. No dijeron que estaban de acuerdo con todas sus conclusiones. Por supuesto, lo amenazaron, digamos, de manera sutil, pero le permitieron por ahora seguir promoviendo la idea de esta teoría copérnica. Pero con el tiempo, todos esos enemigos que mencioné antes, políticos, de familias con mucha influencia, con cargos muy importantes en la sociedad, se dan cuenta que pueden utilizar una nueva arma en contra de Galileo, el arma más poderosa que hay en la época, la Iglesia Católica. Ellos empezaron a afirmarle a la Iglesia, bueno, mira, pero si este hombre está yendo en contra de la teoría que ustedes creen, la Iglesia Católica cree que el Sol está alrededor de la Tierra, eso es lo que dice la Biblia, entonces eso es una herejía. Por supuesto, eso llama a una inquisición. Galileo, irónicamente, era un hombre devoto. Recordemos que en su infancia le gustó la religión. Si no es porque su padre lo saca del monasterio, quizás eso hubiese sido su rumbo. Y él creía firmemente que la iglesia y la ciencia tenían papeles separados. No le gustaba que ninguna influenciara en la otra. Una de las frases que él dio para defenderse, no en la Inquisición, porque no lo dejaron presentarse, pero una frase que él decía socialmente, fue que la Biblia es un libro sobre cómo se va al cielo, no sobre cómo son los cielos. Pero aún así, la iglesia no le importó ese argumento y decidió reunirse. La Inquisición como tal se reúne y resuelven el asunto de esta teoría copérnica y dicen, mira Galileo, no vas a poder hablar en público ni vas a poder publicar nada sobre esa teoría. Es una teoría tonta, es absurda, la Tierra es el centro del universo, así que deja de decir cosas en contra de la teoría de Aristóteles, en contra de la teoría religiosa. Galileo, por primera vez en su vida, había tenido detractores, pero ahora se enfrentó a un enemigo más grande que él, y él no podía promover la visión correcta del mundo, que era la teoría copérnica. Así que los siguientes 7 años de su vida, él siempre le hizo caso a la Inquisición, nunca se involucró en esta cuestión de la Tierra y el Sol y que iba alrededor, hizo sus experimentos, mejor dicho, sus estudios, análisis, teorías en privado, pero nunca publicó nada. Y de repente llegaron noticias interesantes. En 1623, los cardenales católicos eligen un nuevo papa, Urbano VIII. Y recordemos que Galileo se sabía mover un poco en este mundo de la política. No se involucraba, pero recordemos que le regaló el telescopio a esos senadores. Las lunas de Júpiter le puso el nombre de los Medici. Él sabía hacer cosas para que la gente gravitara hacia él. Y él empezó a hablar con este papa Urbano. Lo visitó 6 veces en un solo año, empezó a negociar con él. Era un papa mucho más mente abierta, pro ciencia, creía en Aristóteles, creía en las enseñanzas de ese filósofo científico, pero era un papa que decía, bueno, pero ¿qué tiene de malo que alguien escriba una nueva teoría? Eso no le veo nada yo personalmente malo, pero por supuesto un hombre en una posición política, él negoció con Galileo y básicamente llegaron a un acuerdo. Tú vas a poder publicar sobre la teoría copérnica como debate, no como algo científico ya comprobado. Solamente puedes mencionar esto como algo que todavía estamos debatiendo, que no estamos seguros, vamos a hacer una pregunta, pero no puedes decir que en verdad lo que tú descubriste es la realidad. Y eso fue suficiente para Galileo. Él se devuelve y empieza a escribir un libro que lo llamó El Diálogo. Él se inventa 3 personajes, una historia, es un cuento, en verdad, es un libro de literatura, por decirlo así, donde se reúnen 3 amigos durante un periodo de 4 días para debatir este tema. Entonces hay un amigo que se llama Sagredo, es el anfitrión, no toma parte en la discusión, es simplemente una especie de mediador. El segundo amigo llamado Salviati, que argumenta desde el punto de vista copérnico, la teoría que está promoviendo Galileo. Y el tercer amigo, Simplicio, que defiende la creencia de Aristóteles. Galileo es vivo, en verdad es un hombre vivo. Simplicio en esa época significaba era muy cerca, mejor dicho, a la palabra simplón, que significaba estúpido. Entonces él le puso a la gente que representaba la teoría de Aristóteles el nombre de estúpido, y Salviati, una especie de, como de sabio, le puso el nombre de Copérnico. Pero el punto es que él escribe esta novela, la escribió en italiano en lugar de latín para que la gente común y corriente pudiera leerla, un mensaje al pueblo para que tuviera acceso a todo el mundo, muy parecido a la Divina Comedia de Dante. Él hizo lo mismo. Le tardó 5 años escribir el diálogo, no por, digamos, el costo literario, sino el costo de enfermedades. Recordemos que él estaba muy enfermo, ya estaba en una edad un poco más avanzada, se estaba enfermando más a menudo y se tardó tiempo en publicarlo. Y aquí viene un golpe de mala suerte para el libro como tal, porque el libro estaba escrito pero no estaba publicado. Galileo tiene que enviarlo a Roma para que lo aprueben, y en ese proceso llega la plaga que detiene todo. La peste, la peor pandemia de la historia, llega a Florencia en 1631, mata 11.000 personas de una población de 75.000, para que tengan una idea se imaginan el caos totalmente de salud y social, económico que hubo en esa época. Galileo de alguna manera nunca ni siquiera se enfermó, así que él sobrevive a la plaga, y en 1632, ya él tiene 68 años, publica finalmente el diálogo. Todo feliz, y de repente el Papa Urbano se voltea. La razón por la cual el Papa se volteó, como siempre, política. En este momento en Europa había una guerra religiosa entre los católicos y los protestantes, y el Papa estaba bajo mucha presión de adoptar una línea dura contra cualquier persona que quisiera desafiar a la Iglesia. Si te salías de la línea de pensamiento de la Iglesia, no solamente era herejía, pero además está del lado enemigo en una guerra. Por lo tanto, era muy peligroso para él, el Papa, permitir que un libro como el Diálogo existiera. Así que él tuvo que ordenar a la Inquisición investigar a Galileo, y lo convocan a Roma para ser procesado por el cargo de herejía. Los médicos de Galileo de hecho dijeron que Galileo ya tiene 68 años, está muy enfermo, él no puede estar viajando, y la Inquisición muy famosamente le responde: venid voluntariamente o venid encadenado. Yo cuando leí esa frase la primera vez se me pararon los pelos, porque yo no me imagino estar en esa época y que te llegue una carta de la Inquisición que te puede prender en fuego cuando quieran, diciendo venid voluntariamente o venid encadenado. O vienes o te traemos, una de las dos. Se puede imaginar, o me puedo imaginar, la situación emocional, mental que se enfrentaba Galileo en este momento. Pero volviendo a la historia, hay que entender el contexto. Galileo, en el punto que le toca ir a la primera cita en la Inquisición a esta corte, es el año 1633, ya él tiene 70 años, es un anciano. Imagínense que en esa época el promedio de vida era 56 años de edad para un hombre. Tener 70 años en verdad es como tener 95, 96 hoy en día. Imagínense un señor de esa edad yendo a una corte con este peligro, con este riesgo. Y muchas personas cercanas a Galileo escribieron que él en verdad no había asimilado a quién se estaba enfrentando. Él no había entendido el peligro extremo que él estaba corriendo hasta que llegó a la corte. Y quizás también por la edad, su estado mental no era el mejor. No estaba preparado para lo que se tenía que enfrentar. No había pensado qué es lo que él iba a tener que decidir. Y cuando él llega a la corte, los jueces le dicen: mira, te vamos a perdonar las peores penas. En otras palabras, no te matamos si declaras que Copérnico estaba equivocado. Y ahí Galileo queda destrozado emocionalmente. Él tenía que o desafiar a su iglesia o desafiar las creencias que él llevaba por toda su vida, de decir la verdad y punto, del método científico, la ciencia. El 22 de junio de 1633, una fecha muy famosa, él regresa a la corte por cuarta y última vez. Lo obligan a ponerse una larga túnica blanca. Este es el mismo hombre que había negado ponerse una túnica negra en la universidad. Y lo obligan a ponerse una túnica blanca. Es una señal de la época que te arrepientes de tus pecados. Lo obligaron a arrodillarse y leer una declaración en el tribunal. La declaración no la escribió él, la escribió la iglesia. Y estas es las palabras de la declaración, se las leo. Yo, Galileo Galilei, hijo del difunto Vicencio Galilei de Florencia, 70 años de edad, abandono por completo la falsa opinión de que el sol está en el centro del mundo y no se mueve, y que la tierra no es el centro y se mueve. Esa declaración fue expuesta, fue utilizada como propaganda por la iglesia, la imprimieron, la publicaron en todas las universidades. Su libro, El Diálogo, fue prohibido, todas las copias serían quemadas. Por suerte, el año pasado se consiguió una copia de este libro en Italia, y aparentemente hay 9 copias más, así que hubo 10 valientes que decidieron esconder el diálogo y quedó para la historia. Y los castigos individuales para Galileo fueron: él tenía prohibido escribir, tenía prohibido publicar ningún tipo de libro en el futuro y condenado a arresto domiciliario por el resto de su vida. Muy interesante en esta historia, que me pareció muy hasta poético. No, Galileo quebró, no pudo, después de tantos años, siendo valiente, enfrentándose a estos grupos, al final, cuando se dio cuenta del riesgo verdadero, no pudo hacerlo. Pero algo muy interesante en la historia es que 3 jueces dentro de la Inquisición, por respeto a Galileo, por respeto a sus ideas, no estuvieron de acuerdo y no firmaron el veredicto. Hasta hoy en día puedes conseguir ese reporte, la imagen de ese reporte, por supuesto, con 3 arzobispos y miembros de la Inquisición que dijeron no vamos a firmar esto porque esto no es lo correcto. Y me parece brillante que en momentos de tanto fundamentalismo, superstición, persecución, todavía existían personas que podían defender a la verdad. Y de aquí pasamos ahora a los últimos años de la vida de Galileo. 8 años más él vivió encerrado en su propia casa. Fue difícil para él, como todo el mundo puede imaginar. Él firmaba sus cartas con la frase "desde mi prisión". Y parte de la ayuda que él recibió mentalmente para poder sobrevivir este tiempo fue volver a trabajar. ¿Se recuerdan ese estudio sobre el movimiento, la rampa con la pelota y los anillos, la campana? Bueno, él hizo ese estudio, pero nunca lo publicó. Así que empezó a trabajar más en eso. Pudo con esa tecnología, entendiendo mejor el movimiento y la velocidad de las cosas, inventar un reloj mejor. En esa época los relojes se atrasaban todos los días 30 minutos. Él inventó la tecnología mucho más precisa. Termina de publicar un libro sobre la física del movimiento y la materia, pero recordemos que la iglesia le dijo que no podía publicar más nada. Por lo tanto, él publicó clandestinamente el libro, lo imprimió y lo mandó en contrabando hacia Holanda. Ese mismo libro, eventualmente, la copia de ese libro, llegó a las manos de Isaac Newton años después, 50 años después, y con esa información él descubre la ley de la gravedad. Tristemente a Galileo le tocó vivir ciego los últimos días de su vida, un hombre que una vez vio un mundo nuevo y brillante a través de su telescopio, ahora le toca vivir en la oscuridad, encerrado en su propia casa. Terminó dictándole todo su trabajo a su hijo, a sus amigos, y muere un 8 de enero de 1642, de 78 años. Albert Einstein llamó a Galileo el padre de la ciencia moderna, y en el siglo XVIII, ya 200 años después de Galileo, es que empiezan las cosas a cambiar en cuanto a su percepción. Poco a poco se fue aceptando la visión del sistema solar centrada en el Sol. En el 1835, la Iglesia levantó la prohibición de las obras de Galileo y Copérnico. En 1992, el Papa Juan Pablo II lamentó los errores de la Iglesia con respecto a Galileo. Y cuando la NASA, en 1989, lanzó una nave espacial al espacio exterior por primera vez a estudiar el planeta Júpiter, el nombre de la nave era el orbitador Galileo. Como siempre, una conclusión personal del libro: pienso que Galileo, con todas sus ideas revolucionarias, científicas, del movimiento,
Okay, G, what do you want to do?
de los objetos, Venus, Júpiter, el sistema solar, esas son cosas que nos ayudaron a avanzar tecnológicamente, científicamente, a comprender mejor nuestro mundo físico. Pero creo que en esencia lo que yo siempre admiré y aprendí con el tiempo a respetar de él es que él cambió no solamente cómo vemos los cielos, sino cómo nos vemos a nosotros mismos, cómo vemos a nosotros en el universo, tanto científicamente como filosóficamente. Él creó esta revolución científica que sacude las fundaciones del conocimiento de la época, él desafía la autoridad. Allanó el camino para la era moderna de la ciencia. Siempre poder desafiar, siempre poder cuestionar a pesar de enfrentarse a cualquier mal, como quizá uno de los peores que fue la Inquisición. Así que por respeto a Galileo Galilei, creo que siempre tenemos que mantener su ejemplo. Lamentándolo mucho, al final él no pudo ganar la batalla. Hay gente que lo critica por haberse arrodillado ante la Inquisición, creo que es fácil decirlo, sentadito en el sofá con wifi y aire acondicionado, pero creo que él aún así, por 70 años de su vida, no se doblegó, y esa es la esencia que me gusta de él y esa es la esencia que me llevo de su historia. Así que espero que hayan disfrutado este resumen. Como siempre, nos vemos en el próximo episodio de Bibliotequeando. No se les olvide responder la encuesta que está en este episodio.
Nice. 5 vending machines. Oh, Land Cruiser Arctic trucks. A ver. What the heck is that?
Brian Green, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
The Elegant Universe turns 25 this year, just like me.
I wish I could say that about myself.
I'd like to get into what's changed, where we're at, but I think it's going to require starting with the question that I'm sure you've never been asked before. What is string theory?
Yes, good question. There are a number of ways of framing what string theory is about, but perhaps from the largest perspective, it's an attempt to realize a dream that really begins with Albert Einstein, which is this idea that we have a single universe, so we should have a single theoretical explanation for how that universe works. And that single explanation should be mathematical. And so there should be some grand mathematical formula, some mathematical equation that would describe everything in the universe. And Einstein sought this so-called unified theory for decades, but he never found it. And string theory just may be the theory that Einstein was looking for.
Now, what kinds of problems is the scientific community faced with that leads them to come up with something like string theory? I mean, we already had a lot of ideas about what the universe was made of, the different constituent particles and stuff. So where do we get this vibrating strings thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So from my initial description, it might seem like it was more of an aesthetic or a philosophical motivation to try to find this unified theory. But it goes far deeper than that, because there are these two main ideas, two main pillars that support physics as we have understood it since really the middle of the 20th century. And that is quantum physics, which describes the smallest things in the world, the elementary particles that make up matter, and Einstein's general theory of relativity, which really describes the biggest things, where gravity matters, stars, galaxies, black holes, the entire universe. And the problem is that even though quantum mechanics works incredibly well in the micro domain, and general relativity works incredibly well in the macro domain, whenever you try to put the two mathematical theories together, it breaks down. When you do any calculation that blends the math of quantum mechanics and the math of general relativity, you get one single answer, and that answer is infinity. And infinity might sound, well, that's kind of, cool and poetic sounding, but it's nonsensical in the context of physics. There's no quantity that you can measure that's ever infinity. So infinity is a diagnostic, which basically the mathematics uses to kind of grab us by the lapels and slap us in the face and say, you are doing something wrong. You've got to find a new description that puts quantum mechanics and general relativity together. And that is what string theory does, at least in principle on paper. And I need to stress that. This is not a tested theory. We don't know if it's correct, but mathematically for the first time, it does show a way of bridging the gap between these two theories.
So does this tell us that of general relativity and quantum mechanics, at least one of them is sort of wrong? I mean, people often talk about general relativity as coming along to replace Isaac Newton's understanding of gravity, and they say Newton was kind of almost there, but ultimately he was wrong. Is that the same approach we need to take of something like general relativity as well?
It is, but I would caution to see it in that historical context that you've just made reference to, because it's a little strong to say that Newton was wrong. I would say that any physical theory that we ever write down is meant to describe the universe in a certain domain. And when we gain better equipment and when we make progress, we try to extend the domain of applicability of our understanding. And when we do that, we almost always find that the idea
more than the unknown. Likewise, it is easier to carry an empty cup than one that is filled to the brim. Lao Tzu. We often fail to realize how essential emptiness is. Perhaps it is because we instinctively value something over nothing. We tend to cherish sound more than silence, life more than death, and certainty more than the unknown. Likewise, we often prefer filling our minds, expressing our thoughts, and staying busy over stillness, silence, and simply being. To the modern human, what's emptiness but a deficiency to be filled? But the ancient Taoists saw emptiness very differently. They believed emptiness has inherent value. In fact, they saw it as one of the most important principles of life, which shouldn't be avoided, but cultivated. The ancient texts provide various examples of how emptiness is important and how it can benefit our lives in profound ways. This video explores the underrated power of emptiness based on ancient Taoist philosophy. My name is Stefan. If you enjoy my work, you can subscribe to my newsletter on Substack. You can also support me on Patreon, and my books are available on Amazon. Thank you, and I hope you'll enjoy this video.
Thank you.
Imagine walking through a large, beautiful, bustling city like Paris, Rome, or perhaps Singapore. Since Taoism is very much present in Singapore, it seems like a fitting place for our thought experiment. So you're walking through Singapore. What do you see? You see skyscrapers in the distance, a Hindu temple on your left, a coin laundry on your right, and a subway station in front of you. You see people walking around, trees and plants decorating the sidewalks, and cars driving on the insanely clean streets. There's much to see in Singapore. It's a colorful, diverse place. But as you walk through its streets, are you paying attention to what isn't there? Are you aware of the spaces around and within everything you see? These questions may seem strange, but the Taoists argued that emptiness is as much part of things as their physical form. In fact, it is often emptiness that makes them useful. 30 spokes are joined together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that allows the wheel to function. We mold clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that makes the vessel useful, according to the Tao Te Ching. When we think about it, without emptiness, none of the things we observe in our world can really exist. As the ancient Greek philosopher Parmenides already suggested, we need empty space. We need it for movement, for separation between objects and beings, for making anything functional. Take a house, for example. We may put great emphasis on the materials used to build it, such as its concrete walls, wooden doors, or soundproof windows. We want the foundation to be strong, the roof to be durable. But as Lao Tzu suggested, isn't the emptiness inside that makes it livable? Sure, we use the materials to put the house together, but it's mainly the empty spaces between them that we use. The same goes for anything in a city like Singapore. It's the empty space within subway stations that allows us to enter, walk to the platforms, and board trains. It allows these trains to move within the tunnels in the first place. So emptiness turns out to be highly essential for our existence. Okay, that's a nice observation, but how could this notion help us in our daily affairs? The ancient Taoist texts show that the significance of emptiness isn't limited to the mere functionality of objects in the world. It also applies to the workings of our minds and how we feel. From a Taoist perspective, the problem with many people is that their minds are simply too full. Let's take a look. Give up intellectual learning, and you will have no worries. Agreement and disagreement, Are they really so different? Good and evil, are they really so far apart? What others fear, must I also fear? This nonsense is unending. In this translation, by author and Qigong teacher Solala Tauler, is Lao Tzu advocating for full-blown anti-intellectualism? Not really. At least, not the kind of anti-intellectualism we often see today, where people reject institutional systems of knowledge, sometimes for understandable reasons, only to replace them with influencer slogans, simplistic worldviews, and conspiracy narratives that lack evidence and reinforce personal biases. That, too, is a form of intellectual learning, but a pretty poor one. Lao Tzu does seem wary of intellectual pursuits, though. Gaining knowledge and immersing ourselves in countless categories, ideas, and theories is all fun and games, but these also occupy our minds. They can lead to worry and overthinking. We become attached to distinctions and conceptual frameworks, while reality itself may be far more fluid than our concepts suggest. Over time, we may begin to mistake our interpretations for reality itself. We develop strong opinions about what is good and evil, right and wrong, whom we should fear and whom we should welcome. Inevitably, these belief systems clash with those of others, something we can observe in many parts of the West today. When our minds are full and closed off, there's little room for new insights or different perspectives. But what if, even just temporarily, we would empty our minds of existing beliefs? What if we just let go of what we know? What if we create space to see reality without immediately filtering it through the lens of what we already believe or assume to be true? From a Taoist perspective, this space creates a sense of openness or xu, a receptive state of mind that allows us to perceive reality more clearly, without being overly constrained by prior interpretations. The empty apartment is filled with light through it, said Zhuangzi. Like an empty room illuminated by light, an empty mind becomes more receptive to reality and direct experience. There's another aspect to emptiness of mind, not so much the absence of knowledge, but the absence of all kinds of discursive activity. We tend to fill our minds with problems, seeking solutions, planning, plotting, sometimes in a very repetitive manner. Our minds become crowded and tense, and the more we try to force a good idea, the less we seem to succeed. Many of our best ideas emerge when we stop trying so hard. They arrive during a morning walk or in the shower. They come up when our minds are spacious, when there is room for ideas to appear naturally. It is often the emptiness of the mind in such moments that allow ideas to arise, rather than discursive thought trying to force them into existence. But there's also another dimension of mental emptiness that could benefit us, according to the ancient Taoist text, which we'll explore right now. Someone asked the Taoist philosopher Lao Tzu why he valued emptiness. He answered as follows: most people like to be praised. They feel good when their accomplishments are acknowledged. However, I feel we would be better off if we were empty of attachments and not imprisoned by recognition, approval, and disapproval. In the long run, we would have fewer things to worry about. That's why I value emptiness. End quote. Lao Tzu saw what many spiritual traditions and philosophers have observed as well. A mind preoccupied with worldly concerns, described in the original text as fame and profit, or Ming Li, is not a very pleasant mind. It's a mind full of worry, a mind that generates suffering. And let's face it, pursuing fame often means constantly trying to please an audience. We end up doing and saying things with other people's approval in mind. Obtaining praise usually takes a lot of effort, and most people want to keep the praise coming. They fear falling out of favor, so they keep watering it, hoping people will continue to adore them. And so they have built themselves a prison, one based on recognition, approval, and disapproval. What's even worse is that people's opinions aren't in their control, and they might fall out of favor anyway, despite their efforts. So there's always the fear that they will lose the recognition and approval they spent so much time building, which, as we know, could happen in a heartbeat. A mind occupied with profit is another path to ongoing worry and anxiety. When we view life primarily through the lens of gain and loss, our well-being becomes tied to circumstances beyond our control. Success leads to satisfaction, while failure brings disappointment. And so we spend our days pursuing profit and guarding against loss, as our happiness depends on it. Often, that's a stressful way to live. So, Lietze felt people would be better off if their minds were empty of such attachments. Pursuits of fame and wealth are worthless anyway, he claimed. And our so-called accomplishments rely so heavily on external circumstances that we might ask ourselves whether taking credit for them and parading them around is even fair. Better just let them go and quiet down, says Lietze. And by doing so, we might even reach the ultimate form of Taoist emptiness, which we'll explore next. If you can empty your mind of all thought, your heart will embrace the tranquility of peace. Watch the workings of all of creation, but contemplate their return to the source. Nice. When we have contemplated the value of emptiness, calmed our minds, and let go of desires for fame and profit, we could engage in the process Zhuangzi called the fasting of the heart. In ancient Chinese thought, the heart, Xin, apologies for my pronunciation, was seen as the center of both thinking and feeling, which is why Zhuangzi's term is often translated as either fasting of the heart or fasting of the mind. In Chinese, it's called Xinjai. When our modern lives usually revolve around gaining, such as gaining knowledge, gaining experiences, gaining money, or gaining power, the idea of fasting of the heart is more about losing or forgetting. Instead of trying to get more, we take the weight off our shoulders until there's nothing left but emptiness. In the Zhuangzi, Confucius describes the process as follows. Don't listen with your ears, listen with your mind. No, don't listen with your mind, but listen with your spirit. Listening stops with the ears. The mind stops with recognition, but spirit is empty and waits on all things. The way gathers in emptiness alone. Emptiness is the fasting of the mind. End quote. The fasting of the heart is more than letting go of desires for success or reputation. It means letting go of the outcomes, beliefs, ambitions, and even our sense of self. Rather than constantly judging things as good or bad, right or wrong, we remain open to a world that is always changing. This kind of mental clarity, so to speak, allows for spontaneous action. We can observe what is happening without distortion from preconceptions, expectations, or desires, and respond to what arises. It is an openness, an emptiness, that allows us to experience reality more directly. And this may even enhance our performance in certain situations. We can find an example of this in the Zhuangzi, which tells about a skilled archer who could easily hit the target when nothing was at stake. But when he competed for a prize, his thoughts about winning interfered with his ability to shoot. His mind was filled with desire, anxiety, and thoughts about the future, whereas before it was clear, allowing him to shoot with ease. From the Taoist perspective, the fasting of the mind brings us closer to the Tao, which lies at the very heart of Taoism. the Tao cannot be fully understood through concepts or intellectual analysis. Yet it is ever present and underlies all things. As we let go of our attachments to ideas, concepts, and discursive thought, we become more attuned to the greater process of which we are a part. Or as sinologist Wei Li Chong wrote in her book about Taoist philosophy, one with the breathing of the cosmos. If you're interested in Taoist philosophy, I've compiled a book of my ramblings inspired by ancient Taoist texts titled Taoism for Inner Peace. Thank you for watching. Oftentimes, just when you think you've got your life in order, something happens that just undermines it all. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's experiencing this. Just when everything feels right, there's some event throwing a spanner in the works. It's pretty frustrating. We're walking around with these ideal images of how life should be, but we're never getting there. There's always something lacking. There's always something going on, despite our efforts to live well. Life, so it seems, never just works without problems. It's never as it's supposed to be. Prolonged adversity can gradually wear us down. Too many disappointments can make us pessimistic and almost feel destined for misfortune. I felt like that often myself, as if the devil has been toying with me since I was born. Why me? I frequently said out loud, and honestly, I still do sometimes. But the Buddhists believe that the ongoing stream of unfortunate events isn't something to be distressed about. Sure, being upset about misfortune is natural, but when we look closely at how things have worked since the dawn of time, we see that our default operating mode for handling misfortune is pretty irrational. Buddhists have a concept called the 8 worldly winds, which explains why bad things keep happening and why it's useless to be overly concerned about them. Based on this Buddhist concept, this video explores why life keeps knocking us down and what we can do to be more resilient in the face of misfortune. My name is Stefan. This is not an AI voice. I'm a real person. Subscribe to
I'm still here. I don't...
Hello everyone. I really do not know how to start a video like this, mainly because I do not want to be preaching to the choir. However, it would be irresponsible of me not to talk about this, so I guess I will just be jumping straight into the point without taking too much time of everyone that watches this video. Again, I apologize because I will probably be jumping from topic to topic. My mind sometimes races when it comes to topics like these, so I will try to make sense of everything all together throughout the whole video. I apologize for any confusion that my accent or my overall English might bring to the table. So, yeah, as some of you may know, I started this YouTube channel mainly based on gaming, especially horror games. And some of my vertical clips went viral when I was talking about private things without expecting anyone to actually hear them. And what happened is that a lot of you resonated with the things I've said. My channel grew quite fast in a short period of time, and I don't want to sound ungrateful for any of it. I do see every subscriber, every view, every message, every donation, etc. I appreciate all of it more than I probably show, but at the end of the day, all of that don't mean as much to me as the fact that something I said might have actually had a positive impact on people's lives. Now, there's a lot of discussion surrounding mental health that usually focuses on one specific group, on specific groups actually. However, I am a firm believer that the pursuit of psychological well-being should be universal to everyone with no exceptions. I think every individual, regardless of gender, religion, political affiliation, level of education, cultural background, or socioeconomic circumstances, it should be encouraged to cultivate emotional resilience and a deeper understanding of their mental health. The mind is a shared aspect of the human experience, and its care should be a shared priority. Now, as you all may know, June is the month we celebrate men's mental health awareness. And if you ever check the data online on the World Health Organization, you can see that 727,000 people die by suicide every year. 71% of those deaths are men, meaning that out of 727,000 people lives, more than 516,000 are men. Nearly 60 men die every single hour. Now, I don't think that every one of them was weak or broken beyond repair. What I do believe is that many of them were fathers, sons, brothers, friends, etc. Many of them were people who smiled when they were supposed to smile, and they just kept functioning when they were supposed to keep functioning. And yeah, many of them carried more than anyone around them ever knew. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the ones who don't know me, my name is Chukumbols. Therapy costs too much, so I play games instead. That's my slogan. And I almost became one of those statistics. More than once, actually. Anyway, I've dealt with a lot of shit in my life. Stuff that I do not wish upon any human being. Some things I cannot specifically mention or share specific details because some things are best left in the past rather than touching the wound. However, I do want to share some things in the same way that I have benefited from hearing other people speak honestly about their own struggles. I've learned that being honest about yourself to other people creates a sense of recognition and might reduce the feeling of isolation that usually accompanies personal hardship. This will be a little bit of trauma dumping, so if it's too heavy, guys, please just pause the video and move on. I apologize, but for those who don't know, for the first-time viewers, my father passed away when I was 14 years old due to an aggressive cancer. I did not process grief correctly at that age and for many years. And what happened in consequence of that, I started spiraling down into a path of an extreme self-destructive behavior, such as substance abuse, alcohol abuse, violence that was mostly pointed at myself. And I had suicidal tendencies that weren't just thoughts, they were also attempts. Again, I want to spare people of this yapping session without it feeling too heavy, so I will just cut straight to the point. Throughout my teenage years, I went through a lot of shit. I started hanging out with the wrong type of folk, or at least wrong according to some other people. And the funny thing about it is that these people might have been the wrong people according to others, due to their personal lifestyle, due to them being problematic, getting into fights, being aggressive, having problems with the police. However, these people that I grew up with, they saw me. They truly saw me beyond the grief and brokenness I was carrying at such a young age. Most of them did not have the verbal articulation or the necessary psychological tools to help me process everything, but what they did have, beyond the type of people that they were, was presence. They were present next to me. And that was more than enough for someone at that age going through so much shit. There are struggles that you go through in life that words do not change anything. But the silence of the presence of someone else's that understands your pain, sometimes that's everything for you. Especially at that age. Especially after everything. They knew my father. They knew that my father passed away. They knew that I was going through a rough patch. They knew that I was young, that I was new in town, and they still accepted me as one of their own. People judge other people quite easily due to their social labels without knowing the amount of empathy that those people that...
Hold on, no estoy poniendo atención. Sony Time Attack. Espérame, déjalo. I'm gonna go back. Aquí está. Rewind it, bruh, cause so what's his point? Cause
behavior, such as substance abuse, alcohol abuse, violence that was mostly the feeling of isolation that usually accompanies personal hardship. This will be a little bit of trauma dumping, so if it's too heavy, guys, please just pause the video and move on. I apologize, but for those who don't know, for the first-time viewers, my father passed away when I was 14 years old due to an aggressive cancer. I did not process grief correctly at that age and for many years. And what happened in consequence of that, I started spiraling down into a path of an extreme self-destructive behavior, such as substance abuse, alcohol abuse, violence that was mostly pointed at myself. And I had suicidal tendencies that weren't just thoughts, they were also attempts. Again, I want to spare people of this yapping session without it feeling too heavy, so I will just cut straight to the point. Throughout my teenage years, I went through a lot of shit. I started hanging out with the wrong type of folk, or at least wrong according to some other people. And the funny thing about it is that these people might have been the wrong people according to others, due to their personal lifestyle, due to them being problematic, getting into fights, being aggressive, having problems with the police. However, these people that I grew up with, they saw me. They truly saw me beyond the grief and brokenness I was carrying at such a young age. Most of them did not have the verbal articulation or the necessary psychological tools to help me process everything, but what they did had, beyond the type of people that they were, was presence. They were present next to me. And that was more than enough for someone at that age going through so much shit. There are struggles that you go through in life that words do not change anything. But the silence of the presence of someone else's that understands your pain, sometimes that's everything for you. Especially at that age, especially after everything. They knew my father. They knew that my father passed away. They knew that I was going through a rough patch. They knew that I was young, that I was new in town. And they still accepted me as one of their own. People judge other people quite easily due to their social labels without knowing the amount of empathy that those people that are being judged have towards someone that was broken and in need for a friend. Just like me. Yes, they might have been the wrong folk for some. Yes, they might have been called modern gangsters and problematic. But in reality, what some of them were was just broken people, just like me. They also had their minds completely fucked up, but they were my friends when I was growing up. Now, what happens in these unstable groups and unstable environments is that at some point, shit hits the fan. Mainly due to internal and external conflicts. Most of the group got
Se ve chulo, eh? I like it as is already. Let's see. Ooh. I like this color. Yes. Uh-huh.
Not separated, but some of them still keep in contact with each other, like I still keep in contact with some of them. So it basically it was a pretty heavy fucked up period of growing up, and the consequences of my behavior eventually caught up, and I do not want to get into specific details about specific situations of my past, because that's exactly what it is. It's the past. It's in the past. Like I said in the beginning of the video, I always struggled with suicidal tendencies, and I'm not gonna lie to you, but I never fully succeeded, partially because of my mother and my brother, partially because of some of my best friends, partially because I did not wanted to disappoint my father even further beyond the shitty behavior that I was going through, but also because I had this unknown will inside of me that wanted to survive all of this despite of everything. The same will that nowadays I still do not know how to name it. My mother, she lost her husband. Me and my brother, we never had a good relationship growing up because I don't know, maybe I was jealous of him, I don't know. He also had some pretty fucked up behaviors. And then later on, we just found out that my brother apparently is schizophrenic, which this created an overwhelming sense of regret inside of me, knowing that my brother was actually suffering from a mental condition rather than just being a piece of shit. So I carry an immense regret knowing that I could have been a much better brother back then, like I am today. So my mother, going through all of this, she never did drugs or numb herself with alcohol. She sat through all of this like a warrior while taking care of me and my brother, while she was grieving her husband. The love she has for me and my brother is beyond anything I can even properly fully articulate. And the funny thing about that is people might think that I'm emotionally intelligent, that I have a powerful self-awareness. People think that I am strong, which is complete bullshit. I am the opposite of being strong. There are people out there that struggled equally or even more at my age, and they didn't do half of the mistakes that I did when I was younger. I had the opposite behavior of being strong while growing up. I was extremely irresponsible and extremely nihilistic towards myself and everyone. I did not care about myself or about the world. That's how irresponsible I was. So yeah, my mom, she's my angel, my queen. I love her deeply and I look up to her. I look up to my father and I hope that he's proud of me. I want to say sorry to my father for me being such a huge piece of shit while growing up. And anyway, I met my best friend growing up. I met him a bit before my father passed away, actually. And we had a very strong bonding. I would give my life to him like he would give his to me. We went through so many things together, good and bad. He was one of the foundations of who I am today. Like I said before, he was my brother in all but blood. We were in hellish environments together, hoping that one day we will finally conquer life and get back on our feet and ultimately be happy. He went through so much shit in his life, so much struggles and sacrifices, that when he was finally getting his shit together, he passes away in the blink of an eye. He passed away 2.5 years ago. He had a thrombosis. And I will never forgive myself, because the last months that he was alive, we were actually angry at each other due to some trivial bullshit, due to some trivial nonsense. And this is a regret that I'm going to carry for the rest of my life. And I remember when he passed away, I was at work when I got a message from someone I hadn't spoken to in a long time. And this person informed me that my best friend passed away. I was in complete shock. I called my mom immediately. She was in shock too, because she loved him as if he was also her son. I finished my shift around 5, maybe 5:30 in the morning. It was pouring rain outside. I got into my car and I drove home. And I remember being on the highway, just trying to process what I had just heard, with music playing in the background and heavy rain hitting in the windshield. At some point, there was a song called Space Song by Beach House that started playing on my Spotify.
I love that song.
And the moment that song started, something just collapsed inside of me. I broke down completely. I started driving way too fast, around 210, 220, even 230 kilometers per hour. The car was shaking. It was a 2-lane highway, and I knew in that moment it was an extremely irresponsible decision. I wasn't thinking clearly. I wasn't really thinking about anything at all. In that state, I wasn't even considering my mom, my brother, or anything I had survived up to that point. There was just this overwhelming urge to end everything without any real awareness of anything else. Luckily, nothing happened. I eventually had to pull over on the side of the highway, outside of the lanes, because I completely broke down. I was destroyed. I was completely destroyed. I have no words to articulate what I was feeling at that moment. And I keep asking myself, why do we disappear quietly? Why don't we say anything until it's too late? And of course, I don't have a clean answer. I don't even know if there is one. But I think some men have spent years being told to man up, that others have it worse, and eventually you stop trying to explain it and you just learn to function instead. Some of them don't say anything because they genuinely believe nobody would understand. Others because they've tried before and they felt dismissed or judged. And some disappear quietly because they don't even have the words for what's happening inside of them. And then there are the ones that suffering just becomes normal. Not loud or anything, just normal. I mean, you wake up, you go to work, you pay your bills, you smile when required, you answer messages, you make jokes, and all the while, something inside you is slowly withdrawing from life, because carrying everything alone has become a habit. That's the most fucked up and scary thing about despair, is that it isn't always intense. Sometimes it just gets normalized. It becomes familiar. And that's why everyone says the same thing afterward. A lot of people, they say, oh, I had no idea. I did not see that this person was struggling. When in reality, the signs were there. hidden behind routine, pride, fear, shame, or years of practice pretending everything was okay. I did not understand the concept of religion growing up. I didn't necessarily grow up in a religious household. However, I did believe in some sort of a God when I was younger. Maybe because it was easier for me back then to trust in the mystery of it all, rather than the terrifying certainty that there is no God and that everything is meaningless. However, I was very young. When my father passed away, I lost all faith in religion. I felt that God turned his back on me, so I turned my back on him. Not just spiritually, but also emotionally and physically. And of course, people will say that God works in mysterious ways. But at that age, after losing a parent, I couldn't give two shits about the mystery behind God or religion itself. I didn't give a shit which mysterious ways he works in because my father is no longer among us. However, believe it or not, after my best friend passed away, and this is fucking ironic because my faith in religion got restored. Maybe in an egotistical way, because I want to believe that I will see my father and my best friend one more time. I refuse to believe that I will never see them or talk to them again. And if they are truly out there in the stars looking at me, I just hope they know that I love them and that I'm sorry. And I hope I'm making them proud. But when you are so focused on making other people proud, sometimes you forget to make the most important person proud of yourself, which is you. And that creates an overwhelming sense of loneliness and isolation. And so when it comes to romantic relationships, and I will try not to expand too much on this section, but let's just say that I had mostly negative experiences. But I also want to mention that when you are someone that is broken like I was, you either end up dating people just like you, or people that cannot bear the responsibility of saving you. And it took me a long time to understand this and to be mature enough to accept this without burning any bridges with anyone. Anyway, like I said, the consequences of my actions eventually caught up to me. And let's just say that I had a lot of time to think to myself, a lot of time to dedicate myself to literature. I am a person that is still in the process of everything. So, yeah, I guess this is my story. If you were expecting a beautiful motivational self-help guru speech, I'm sorry because there isn't one. This is just what I can tell you. I can give you my own personal experience so you do not feel alone. What I can tell you is the things that helped me throughout my journey, which may be different to you. You have no idea how easily it is to share intimacy with someone else when that someone else is also broken just like you. That's also why I try to be careful with this kind of content. Because, there's a version of self-help that sounds beautiful, but often lacks lived experience behind it. And then there's also the opposite extreme, where lived experience can be shared without reflection. So what I'm trying to say is I want to stay somewhere in between. To share what I've actually lived through, but also to recognize what it means. Because understanding your own patterns is what stops you from repeating them. Now, of course, this is a huge process. This is way easier said than done. Nobody is perfect. Everyone is running around with their own problems. So I'm a firm believer that we should all, in a way, promote each other's mental health. Anyway, Coming back to my suggestions of what helped me deal with everything altogether, there are powerful things to do, such as journaling, literature, literature about philosophy and psychology, music, video games, owning pets, physical activity, routine, just having somewhere to be and something to show up for, creative output, talking to people even if those people were broken just like me, comedy, you know, watching something that makes you laugh when everything feels heavy, and having somewhere to belong even if it was just online. So all of these things packed together started leading into a healthier journey. Now, of course, some people might think that this is just coping mechanisms, and maybe it is, but they helped me. They helped me. I was still functional. I did not process grief correctly as I should, and in consequence, I started being the person that I am proud of no longer being, at least fully. Of course, there are scars that will accompany you for the rest of your life. I mean, there are demons inside of my head that will continue to try to bring me down, and that's perfectly okay. That's perfectly normal. That's what it means to be a human being. What I can say is that despite all of what happened to me, I am extremely grateful to be here alive and present. I am extremely grateful that despite all the grief and loss, I can still find space inside of my heart, even if it was shattered in millions of pieces, to have love inside of me and empathy towards other human beings. All I can say is that I'm extremely happy that I started making this YouTube channel and the vertical clips. The amount of people resonating with the things I say is paradoxical because they make me happy, but also sad. This means that there are way more people out there that need these words than I thought there would be. And knowing that my words might heal some people, that consequentially heals me back. Seriously, you guys heal me. You have no idea. So yeah, guys, I don't know how to end this the same way I didn't know how to start it. So let me say that despite everything, I am grateful for everything. I am grateful that I'm still here. I am grateful for every friend who stayed. I am grateful for my mother, who carried more than I can ever put into words. I am grateful for every game that distracted me when my own mind became unbearable. For every song that understood me when I couldn't understand myself. For every book that gave me a new perspective. For every stranger who showed me kindness without realizing how much I needed it. Yeah, and I am grateful that I didn't succeed when I tried to destroy myself. There were moments in my life where I genuinely believed nothing good was waiting for me. And I was wrong. Life kept happening. New people appeared. New memories were created. New reasons to stay emerged when I thought I had to run out of them. And the strange thing is that none of those reasons existed when I was looking for them. They only appeared because I stayed long enough to meet them. And for that, I am grateful.
Route has been charted to pick up.
If I could speak to my 14-year-old self, I don't think I would tell him everything is going to be okay. Because there will be things that won't be okay. There will be moments when you genuinely believe you are beyond saving. But I would tell him this: you survive. You survive all of it. The grief won't disappear, but you learn how to carry it. The anger doesn't disappear, but it stops controlling your life. And one day, without even realizing it, you stop waking up wishing you weren't here. You don't become perfect or suddenly figure life out. You just keep going, one day at a time. And I would tell him that his father would be proud. because he kept getting back up even after everything around him kept bringing him down. And I would tell him that one day he will find people who truly see him. And I would tell him something that took me years to finally understand, is that you do not have to destroy yourself to prove that you are hurting. You do not have to suffer alone to prove that you are strong. And no matter how convinced you are that nobody understands you, you are not as alone as you think. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching this channel for any amount of time, you've probably noticed that I have a pretty strong interest in philosophy. I talk about Albert Camus, Carl Jung, Seneca, Kierkegaard, etc., etc. And I've been receiving a common question throughout my videos and my lives, also in my DMs, which is basically the following. What's the best philosophy to live by? Now, let me answer you immediately so I can spare you another hour of me yapping. So the answer is this: there isn't one. And the fact that that answer probably frustrated you a little bit, that reaction right there is exactly what this video is about. As some of you may also have noticed it, is that I do lean heavily into absurdism. I'll tell you that up front and I'll tell you why later. However, I do not follow one philosophy exclusively. I never have. And what I want to do is explain why. I want to explain what I found inside each major tradition that's actually worth keeping, what each one costs you if you follow it without ever questioning it, and what I've actually built from years of refusing to hand myself over entirely to any single system. And I also want to be honest about something most people who love philosophy never admit, including me for a long time. Understanding something and actually being changed by it are not the same thing. That gap between the two is where most of this video lives. This is not a lecture. I'm not here to tell you how to think, what to believe, which tradition to follow. The things I say exist to make you think, not to tell you what to think. I mean that, and I'll keep meaning it for the entire length of this video. What this is me explaining out loud what I actually do and why. Every philosophy I talk about, including the ones I love most, has a shadow side, including mine. And you deserve to know both. There's a lot of people I want to describe before we get into anything else. Some people found something, a philosophy, a religion, a political ideology, a psychological school, and it gave them genuine relief. The kind you feel when you've been carrying something heavy for a long time and someone finally shows you where to put it down. And that relief became identity, and that identity became armor. And over time, the armor became so permanent, so thoroughly incorporated into how they moved through the world, that they forgot it was armor at all. They thought it was them. You've met this person. You might be this person at different points in your life. I've absolutely been this person. The Stoic who treats acceptance as an all-purpose answer without ever asking what deserves to be accepted. The existentialist who has read Sartre so thoroughly that you are your choices has become a reason to feel superior to everyone who hasn't figured that out yet. The person who discovered Jung at 23 and has been describing their shadow to anyone willing to listen ever since, while somehow never actually changing jack shit. The Buddhist who has made non-attachment into an attachment. The absurdist for whom it's all meaningless anyway has quietly become not a philosophy of revolt but a permission slip for not trying. Now, what all of them share, besides their beliefs, is the decision underneath the beliefs. conscious or not, to stop. To close the file and say, I figured this part out. It belongs to me now, and if you challenge it, you're challenging me. And listen, I genuinely understand why. I mean, the world is overwhelming. It has questions that are enormous, and most of us are already exhausted before we even start asking them. So, finding a framework that makes the chaos legible is just purely survival. The problem isn't finding something to hold on to. The problem is when the thing you're holding starts holding you back and you can't tell the difference anymore because you've been gripping it for so long, your hands have forgotten what open feels like. That's the antagonist in all of this. It's not philosophy, it's not religion, not psychology or politics, rigidity. The point where a living relationship with truth hardens into a monument you defend instead of a question you keep asking. And before anyone says, isn't this just relativism? Isn't picking and choosing from everything just taking whatever is comfortable and calling it wisdom? Nope. There's a meaningful difference between choosing what's comfortable and keeping what survives genuine pressure. What holds up when your life actually tests it. Comfort and truth are not the same standards, and I've never been interested in comfort. I'm interested in what works when things get tough. That's the only criteria I've ever applied to any of this. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the philosophies. Let me go through the major philosophical traditions honestly, which means both what they give you and what they cost you if you follow them without ever questioning them. Now, I'm not grading these, I'm not telling you which one is right. What I'm doing is the same thing I'd want someone to do for me, showing you the full picture instead of the half that's easy to sell. Let's start off with Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca. Stoicism, as I discussed in my previous video, is probably the most misrepresented philosophy in the modern world. And the misrepresentation goes in a specific direction that I want to correct before anything else, because conflating real Stoicism with what the internet calls Stoicism does genuine damage to one of the most sophisticated emotional frameworks ever built. Now, there's a version of Stoicism that lives all over social media. The cold, unaffected, emotionless man who has transcended feeling anything. That's basically Broicism with a philosophy degree, and the two have almost nothing to do with each other. The real Stoics distinguished between pathe, destructive passions that arise from false judgments about reality, and eupatheia, healthy emotional responses grounded in correct understanding. Stoicism has nothing to do with feeling nothing. It was about feeling accurately. What real Stoicism gives you: the distinction between what is in your control and what isn't. Your judgments and your responses, those are yours. Everything else, other people's shitty behavior, outcomes, those are not. And most human suffering comes from treating the second category as if it belongs in the first. Epictetus built this framework while enslaved. Marcus Aurelius applied it while running an empire that was, well, actively falling apart. Seneca used it while navigating one of the most politically dangerous courts in Roman history. So, look, these weren't armchair philosophers. These were people using ideas as survival tools under conditions that would break most of us. And they wept, they loved, because that's what the actual practice looks like. The danger of only following Stoicism: a person who takes the real philosophy too far can become so committed to focusing on their interior world, so practiced at accepting what they cannot control, that acceptance becomes indistinguishable from passivity. They're psychologically stable and completely inert in the face of things that should be fought. They've made peace with things that don't deserve peace, and they've dressed it up in the language of virtue. That's the real shadow. Not emotional suppression, but the quietism that can grow inside genuine acceptance if you stop asking which things actually deserve it. Nihilism, and the philosopher who hated it most. Nihilism is the philosophy that confronts the thing most other philosophies try to paper over: the absence of inherent meaning. There is no cosmic script, no guarantee that any of it matters, and nihilism, to its credit, refuses to lie about that. I mean, in a world absolutely drowning in comfortable fictions, that kind of honesty is rare and genuinely worth something. So what nihilism gives you is basically the permission to stop pretending, to look at the silence of the universe without flinching, and admit that the foundations most people build their lives on are fragile constructions. I'm talking about social expectations, inherited beliefs, the assumption that things will work out. A person who has genuinely sat with that truth and not collapsed is harder to manipulate, harder to comfort with lies. Now, the danger of only following nihilism is passive nihilism. Nothing matters, so I try, is a diagnosis that never becomes a prescription. It's a philosophy that correctly identifies the fire and then sits down inside it. So at its worst, nihilism becomes the most articulate possible way of giving up. It becomes a wound wearing a monocle. It basically becomes cynicism dressed up as intelligence. And let me tell you something interesting. The philosopher most people associate with nihilism was actually the man who hated it most. Friedrich Nietzsche spent his entire intellectual life diagnosing nihilism as a cultural disease and trying desperately to find a cure. A man who wanted to kill nihilism so badly he basically drove himself batshit insane while doing it. Which, honestly, some of us can relate to on a smaller scale. The popular image, dark philosopher, brooding quotes on black backgrounds, is almost the exact opposite of what he was actually doing. He separated passive nihilism from active nihilism, using the collapse of inherited values as cleared ground to build ones you've actually chosen and tested. The Übermensch isn't a fantasy about a superior human being. It's his answer to the question of who you become after you stop inheriting your beliefs and start earning them. Who told you what your values are, and did you ever actually agree to them? That's the question he was really asking, and most people never ask it. Now, the danger of taking Nietzsche too far is the distance between create your own values beyond conventional morality and I am above accountability is way shorter than it looks. A person who's absorbed Nietzsche without also absorbing his humility can become someone who has turned philosophy into a justification for being a spectacular, massive asshole. History has given us extensive documentation of what happens when the Übermensch concept gets stripped from its context and handed to people looking for permission. And look, that's not entirely his fault, but it's a real outcome of his work that belongs in any honest accounting of it. Existentialism. Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir. Existentialism is the philosophy of radical ownership. The position that you are entirely responsible for who you become, that no external authority, circumstance, or history can relieve you of that responsibility. And that pretending otherwise is what Sartre called bad faith. De Beauvoir extended this into the social world with a precision Sartre himself often missed, asking not just whether you are free in the abstract, but what freedom actually looks like when the conditions of your life have been shaped by forces that preceded you. Bad faith, and pardon my French, but it's mauvaise foi, this is one of the most confrontational and useful ideas I've encountered. It's when you lie to yourself about your own freedom. It's the person who says, I can't do that, it's just not who I am, when the honest version is, I've decided not to, and I'd rather pretend the decision was made for me. Every time you blame your circumstances entirely and every time you hide behind your history as if it's your destiny rather than your starting point, some version of Sartre is standing in the corner of the room looking at you disappointed. Existence precedes essence. You are not born with a fixed nature. You define yourself through what you choose. You cannot escape that responsibility. And even handing that responsibility to someone else is itself a choice you own. And yes, that's brutal, but it's also correct. The danger of only following existentialism. Radical freedom without any counterweight produces what Sartre himself called anguish. The terror of being entirely responsible for who you become with no external guarantee that any of it means anything. Now, some people actually find that clarifying. A lot of people find it paralyzing. And the person who has taken Sartre too far usually looks like this. They are intellectually ruthless about their own freedom, while holding everyone around them to an impossible standard of authenticity. And they've quietly forgotten that freedom doesn't exist in identical quantities for everyone, regardless of the circumstances they were born into. They've mistaken a philosophical truth for a complete description of reality. Absurdism. Albert Camus and the man who lived the thesis. Absurdism is the philosophy I lean most heavily, so I want to be more careful here than anywhere else on this list, because the things you love are exactly the things you need to examine most honestly. Let's start off by saying what absurdism gives you. Permission to keep going without a guarantee. The absurd is the collision between your need for meaning and the universe's complete silence on the matter. You ask for answers, for some cosmic confirmation that any of this is worth it, and reality says nothing back. Nihilism responds to that silence by collapsing. Absurdism says revolt, show up anyway, create meaning knowing it's temporary and unguaranteed. Keep building knowing nothing lasts, not because that's rational, but because the alternative is a kind of surrender that doesn't actually solve shit. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. That's Camus. And to me, it's one of the most psychologically resilient statements in the history of philosophy. It doesn't promise the boulder gets lighter. It says the act of pushing matters regardless of the outcome. And to me, that's the only honest form of courage I've ever found a convincing argument for. Now, there's a man who took everything absurdism understood about suffering and tested it in conditions no philosophical framework was designed to survive. Viktor Frankl. He didn't develop his ideas in a library or a lecture hall. He developed them in Auschwitz, watching which people held on and which ones didn't. And what he found was that the people who lasted longest weren't necessarily the physically strongest. They were the ones who had something to live for, a reason that made the suffering answerable to something larger than itself. Where Camus says keep going, Frankl asks keep going towards what? Meaning isn't waiting to be discovered. It's created through what you build, who you love, and how you choose to face suffering when you can't avoid it. The attitude you take toward inevitable pain is itself a form of freedom that nothing external can take from you. Please do not consider this an inspirational poster. This is a thesis tested in the worst laboratory in human history by a man who lost almost everyone. However, the danger of only following absurdism, which is something I personally struggled with a lot and in many ways still do, is that it can slide into elegant detachment. It's all absurd anyway, is one short step from not caring about anything. And believe me, that step is easier to take than you think, especially in dark periods where detachment feels like wisdom but is actually just numbness in a turtleneck. The revolt has to be directed at something specific in your actual life, or it becomes a posture, something you perform rather than practice. The person who's gone too far into only absurdism can quote Camus beautifully and be completely unavailable to the people who love them. And also the danger of Hunkel misapplied, your suffering has meaning, becomes one of the cruelest things you can say to a person when it's handed to them from the outside as an explanation for which what happened to them was somehow necessary. The framework is extraordinarily powerful when chosen freely. It becomes something else entirely when it's used to explain away someone else's pain. Buddhism. Siddhartha Gautama. There's a translation problem at the center of how the West absorbed Buddhism, and it changes everything. Attachment is suffering is a flattening of what the Buddha actually taught. The word he used was tanha, craving, thirst, the compulsive unconscious grasping for things you will believe will complete you. The clinging to pleasure because you're terrified of its absence, and the clinging to identity because without it, you don't know who you are. That specific quality of desperate unconscious reaching. That's what causes suffering. But alongside tanha, there's shanda, wholesome aspiration, intentional desire, which we can translate as the wanting that comes from clarity rather than fear. The desire to grow, to love well. That's not targeted by the teaching, that's encouraged. The distinction is not desire as such, but the quality of consciousness inside it. Whether you want something because it genuinely matters to you, or because something desperate inside you hasn't found a better strategy yet. So what Buddhism gives you is the ability to ask not just what you want, but what kind of wanting this is. Those are completely different questions with completely different answers, and learning to tell them apart changes how you move through almost everything. The danger of only following Buddhism, the Western popular version, which flattens tanha into desire generally, can produce a kind of spiritual quietism where wanting anything becomes suspect. The person who's gone too far into this usually looks serene from the outside and is quietly checking out from the inside. They've turned non-attachment into non-engagement. A life that has systematically eliminated hunger isn't peace. It's something quieter and sadder than that. And calling it enlightenment doesn't change what it actually is. So, 5 philosophies, 5 tools, and none of them are wrong. Every single one contains something true. The question was never which one is correct. The question is which ones survive when you hold them up against your actual life, your actual dark periods, and which ones stop being useful the moment you follow them without asking questions. No single tradition passes that test on every question. That's the whole point. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I could go another hour mentioning other philosophies. I could spend another hour on religion. I could go deep on Christianity, on Islam, on Judaism, on Hinduism. I could go deep on politics, left, right, middle, up, down, the specific architecture of how modern tribalism works and what it costs everyone involved. But I'm not going to. And let me tell you exactly why. The moment I spend 15 minutes on any specific religion, this becomes a video about religion. And the comment section becomes exactly the arena I just spent this whole yapping session arguing against. The moment I say anything specific about left wing or right wing, half of the room stops listening and starts defending. And I'd just be walking on eggshells the whole time, which means I won't be doing it honestly anyway. So here's what I will say instead. The pattern I've been describing in philosophy, that pattern is identical in religion. It's identical in politics. And you already know what it looks like there. You either lived it, or you've watched someone you love live it, or maybe you've been the person others watched live it. I don't need to walk you through it. The point lands without me going there. However, what I will say is this. Every major religion, at its best, before the institution got its hands on the message and before power moved in and redecorated, contains something psychologically real. A framework for community, a language for grief and grace, and the experience of something larger than yourself. The instinct underneath religion is not stupidity. It's one of the most ancient and persistent things about being human. And dismissing it entirely because you've dismissed the institution might be one of the quieter losses the modern world has accepted without fully realizing what it gave up. And in politics, well, in politics, the fear underneath every major political position on every side is pointing at something real. None of it is irrational at its heart. And the system that profits from you never finding that out is running perfectly. Now, let's go somewhere more personal. Now, let me tell you something that almost nobody talks about honestly, which is what happens when philosophical engagement becomes its own form of avoidance. Because there's a version of this, a version that I lived for years, where you become extraordinarily fluent in the language of inner life without ever actually going there. You learn the frameworks. You can place your suffering inside a tradition, give it a name, trace its intellectual lineage, describe it with genuine precision, and the act of understanding it creates the feeling of having done something about it, which is bullshit. The description becomes the destination. The map becomes a substitute for the territory. Listen, I personally could talk about my own patterns with more sophistication than most people I've ever met, and I was still running every single one of them. For years, that's the thing. I would catch myself doing something self-destructive and think, yes, that's the shadow asserting itself, very interesting. And then I do it again. The philosophical fluency was real. The change, however, was not. So, philosophy without psychology is a map of a maze with no instructions for how to walk. You can see the whole structure from above, name every corridor and identify every dead end, and still not know which wall to put your hand on. The understanding floats above the wound rather than reaching it. And mind you, this failure can go both ways. This failure mode can go both ways. I've watched it in people I care about. The person so deep in the therapeutic language of childhood wounds and nervous systems and attachment styles that they've become an expert in their own suffering without ever taking a single step away from it. The insight never becomes movement. The processing never becomes change.
They can explain with clinical precision exactly why they do things they do, and they keep doing it. And they have increasingly sophisticated explanations for why that's actually progress, actually part of the journey. Psychology without philosophy is understanding every mechanism of your pain and having no reason it was worth going through. So you need both. More than that, you need them in tension with each other, in actual conversation with each other. Philosophy gives you the orientation, the reason to do the work, the framework that makes the suffering answerable to something. Psychology gives you the actual tools for going into the basement, finding what's down there and doing something about it that isn't just naming it. The places where they fail each other are worth knowing. Philosophy fails psychology when it becomes a language for describing your interior life that lets you stay at a comfortable altitude above it. When absurdism becomes a reason not to feel things fully because it's all absurd anyway. When stoicism becomes a reason not to examine what you're actually feeling because you've already decided that what you're feeling isn't the point. When any philosophical frame, no matter how accurate, gets used as a ceiling instead of a ladder. Psychology fails philosophy when it produces endless self-knowledge that goes nowhere. When the process of understanding replaces the process of becoming. When you're so committed to processing your experience that you forget to actually have one. Both of those failures are real. Both of them are seductive in specific ways depending on what you're trying to avoid. And the only thing I found that actually works is keeping both in play, using one to check the other, and being brutally honest about which one you're reaching for when things get tough and why. Let me tell you about Heinrich Maria Rilke. He was an Austrian poet. He wrote something in a letter to a young poet that I thought was a cliché, but after you actually understand it, it's quite beautiful. He wrote, "Have patience with everything unresolved in your heart and try to love the questions themselves." So forget the answers. He was talking about the questions. The not knowing that most people spend their entire lives trying to escape into a system. He was writing to someone young and lost, looking for certainty, and instead of giving him certainty, he told him to fall in love with the uncertainty itself. I didn't understand that the first time I read it. I understand it more every year now. And the person who taught me the most about sitting where I didn't know about myself wasn't even a poet. It was Carl Jung. Jung sits right on the border between philosophy and psychology in a way that makes him the perfect example of what I'm talking about. His entire project was built around one central idea: that the parts of yourself you've buried, they don't disappear. They go underground. He called this the shadow. And from underground, they steer. They show you in patterns you repeat without understanding why, in relationships that keep breaking in the same place no matter how different the person seems. The people you most fiercely judge in others are usually carrying something you've refused to look at in yourself. Not always, of course, but often enough to be worth the discomfort of checking. The goal he called individuation, not becoming good, but becoming whole. Integrating the parts you've been at war with rather than continuing to pretend they don't exist. That's the work. Not therapy necessarily, not performance, just the unglamorous, ongoing process of going into the basement and actually looking at what's down there. And the danger of only following Jung, which is the same danger I was describing about philosophy generally, is that you can get completely lost in the labyrinth of your own psyche and mistake self-analysis for self-improvement. I've been in that room. I could describe my own psychological patterns with genuine precision and I was still running every single one of them. A person who has memorized the map but never left the room has done, at best, half of the work. Jung gave me the most detailed description of the room I was stuck in.
Cool. Jesus. Mira nada más, bro. That was lucky. 15k. XP Falcon GT. Ufas.
Incoming car drops. Incoming! Arena shrinking!
I'm thinking it's gonna be up here somewhere. So I better get moving. Up there or what? Okay. I didn't realize that actually eliminated because I was there on time. I thought this was gonna be fast.
Arena shrinking! Head-to-heads complete. Get ready for...
Va a ser por arriba. Okay. I'm sure, bro. I'm so sure. Okay.
For the final showdown. Final showdown begins in 30 seconds.
15 as well.
Final showdown in 3, 2, 1, go!
Come on. ¿Dónde está? Okay. Damn. Okay. Wow. That's fine. That was cool anyway. Mira.
Arena shrinking.
I mean, that's fine.
Arena shrinking.
Fuck me. I was fine, bro. Where's my opponent? I thought he was okay. Eliminated. Come on, Epoch. Miata RF. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Ay, güey, ¿por qué tanto? Legendary, nope. I scored 77.